World War II was the most documented conflict in history, yet so much of it remains unexplained. Vanished squadrons, ghost ships, secret experiments, and missions that ended without a trace. Beneath the battles and headlines are mysteries that defy logic and resist answers. This is 4 hours of the strangest, most chilling, unsolved mysteries of World War II. Before we begin, drop a comment and let me know where you're from and when you're watching. Now sit back, relax, and step into the shadows of a war that still hasn't given up all its secrets. In the sprawling narrative of the Second World War, many of its darkest chapters revolve around the straightforward horrors of blitzkrieg, genocide, and brutal conquest. Yet overshadowing these more apparent events is another chapter, entangled with obscure texts, rumoured relics, and an unsettling fascination with arcane mythologies. That often forgotten dimension emerged primarily from within the ranks of the SS, shaped by Heinrich Himmler's obsession with the occult and by an institution called the Ahnenerbe. Sometimes described as an academic front, sometimes a bizarre occult research body, the Ahnenerbe helped drive the Nazi Party's more esoteric programs. Chief among its many undertakings, one expedition in the late 1930s, sending Nazi scholars to Tibet in search of ancient Aryan roots, has fired the imaginations of conspiracy theorists, novelists, and historians alike. It is a story replete with monastic fortresses perched on Himalayan peaks, Nazi officers measuring skulls by lamplight, and rumours of secret relics that, in the fevered dreams of some SS officials, might have unleashed unimaginable power. What follows is an extended chronicle of how that journey came to be, how it supposedly played out, and why it continues to inspire fascination in our modern era. The seeds for the entire affair were planted when the Nazi regime consolidated power in the early 1930s. Even before Hitler's rise to Chancellor, there were strains of occult romanticism among radical German nationalists. Groups that eventually aligned with the Nazi movement had flirted with Ariosophy, runic mysticism, theosophical teachings, and the idea that Germans, or Aryans in their racial lexicon, descended from a more glorious prehistoric civilization. Adolf Hitler himself was not deeply interested in such occult intricacies. His worldview, though brimming with mythic rhetoric, was anchored more in harsh racial ideology and dreams of territorial expansion. It was his close associate, Heinrich Himmler, who nurtured a far more pronounced fascination with arcane ideas. Himmler believed wholeheartedly in the existence of hidden energies, in the symbolic potency of runes, and in the possibility that ancient civilizations held keys to reawakening Aryan greatness. Early in the Nazi regime, Himmler helped establish the SS as more than a paramilitary guard. He intended it to serve as an elite order, steeped in ritual and shaped by a quasi-religious fervour. Part of that vision meant building an intellectual foundation, an institution that would investigate Germanic and broader Indo-European history in ways that would validate Nazi doctrines. That institution became the Deutsches Ahnenerbe Studiengesellschaft für Geistes-Urgeschichte, the Ahnenerbe for short, founded in 1935. Officially, the Ahnenerbe was a research and teaching society dedicated to exploring the ancestral heritage of the German people. In practice, it quickly broadened its ambitions, morphing into a powerful SS-funded network of archaeologists, ethnologists, anthropologists, and pseudoscientists tasked with finding any evidence, no matter how tenuous, that might support Nazi racial myths. Within the Ahnenerbe's swirling sea of initiatives, some were mundane, if inevitably compromised by ideology. Digs at Germanic grave sites, for instance, or linguistic studies of ancient languages. Others flirted more openly with the occult. Researchers pored over runic inscriptions, seeking hidden spiritual energies in the shape of each rune. Others studied pagan rituals that they believed might connect the modern SS man to the primordial wellspring of Aryan virtue. A subset even embraced theosophical or Ariosophical literature, with claims about long-lost polar homelands or advanced Atlantean civilizations that had shaped humanity. In an era when mainstream universities often dismiss such theories as crackpot fantasies, the Ahnenerbe gave them state backing, so long as they served the regime's overarching narrative. That narrative posited, among other things, that Europe's Aryan race had not merely evolved in situ, but had roots in a far older, perhaps more sophisticated culture, one possibly located in Central Asia or the high plateaus of the Himalayas. Drawing on scattered references in theosophy, certain German occult texts, and the writings of explorers who claimed to have glimpsed swastika motifs in Tibetan Buddhism, Himmler and his colleagues became convinced that Tibet might hold tangible proof of Aryan ancestry. They were enthralled by a peculiar synthesis of fact and fantasy, the knowledge that the swastika had been a sacred symbol in many Asian cultures for centuries, combined with myths about hidden masters in the Himalayas who preserved secret wisdom from a lost golden age. The infiltration of such ideas into the SS chain of command set the stage for a full-scale expedition, both anthropological and mystical, to the remote roof of the world. The impetus for an actual mission coalesced around zoologist Ernst Schaefer, who had previously visited Tibet and sought SS patronage for further scientific study. Schaefer officially pitched it as a zoological and ethnographic research venture that would collect specimens and measure morphological variations among local populations. But for Himmler, this was a golden opportunity, a chance to gather not just biological samples, but living proof of his cherished theory that an Aryan lineage might run through Tibetan culture. Consequently, the expedition departing in 1938 became something of a hybrid. On one hand, Schaefer and a few others genuinely wanted to observe local fauna and culture in a scholarly manner. On the other, the SS contingent had an altogether different priority: find any physical, linguistic, or esoteric data that might validate Nazi racial ideology, and possibly uncover hidden relics or cosmic energies that rumor attributed to Himalayan monasteries. Reaching Tibet was no trivial matter. Geopolitically, the region was effectively closed to most Westerners. The British authorities, who maintained colonial power in India, distrusted Nazi motives, yet saw no grounds to ban a purportedly scientific mission. They imposed conditions and watchful eyes, but the Germans, cleverly positioning the trip as pure scholarship, managed to slip through the subcontinent's bureaucracy. Crossing the towering passes that separate India from the Tibetan plateau, the expedition faced punishing altitudes, near constant cold, and the logistical hurdle of lugging bulky scientific gear, cameras, measuring instruments, anthropometric tools, crates for preserving zoological specimens, over precarious mountain trails. Local porters and guides were hired, some presumably mystified by their employers' fervour. From diaries and partial records left behind, we know that upon entering Tibetan territory, the Germans indeed collected flora and fauna samples and took many photographs. They also measured skulls, an obsession in the Nazi worldview, given the pseudo-scientific drive to categorize racial differences by cranial shapes. Yet eyewitness stories emerging only after the war suggest the SS officers carried other, more unusual items: runic compendiums, obscure theosophical works, perhaps specialized rods or instruments allegedly intended to detect earth currents or geomagnetic energies. Whether these stories are fact or post-war embellishments remains hard to ascertain, but the notion that they performed arcane surveys under the guise of anthropological study is not outlandish, given Himmler's documented interest in mystical phenomena. Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. Arriving in Lhasa, the expedition secured an audience with Tibetan officials. Western visitors were rare, and the local theocracy, led by a regent during the Dalai Lama's youth, treated them politely but cautiously. Scholarly notes mention the grandeur of the Patala Palace, the labyrinthine monastic complexes, and the reverence that suffused Tibetan Buddhist life. Yet, behind these standard observations, rumours persist that certain SS members pressed further, bribing or cajoling local guides to lead them to remote hermitages, hoping to gain glimpses of esoteric teachings or to examine centuries-old manuscripts that might talk of tall, pale-skinned ancestors or lost kingdoms. In mainstream Tibetan accounts, the Germans' stay was short and not particularly remarkable, but in the Western imagination, those unconfirmed side trips ballooned into dramatic legends, clandestine visits to hidden libraries, midnight ceremonies in secret chambers, the measurement of cryptic symbols carved into cave walls. One recurring motif in such rumours revolves around the swastika itself. In Tibetan Buddhism, a form of the swastika had long been used as a positive symbol of good fortune or eternity. The Nazi swastika, angled differently, was obviously a separate appropriation. However, to the Nazi visitors, seeing the shape in Tibetan art was a tangible confirmation of their theories that the swastika was an ancient Aryan emblem. Conflating unrelated cultural uses, they declared it an Aryan stamp on this distant land. Some accounts claim that Tibetan monks, upon seeing the Nazi version, expressed perplexity or concern that a sacred symbol was being used as a political insignia. Yet, official records from the expedition say little about such interactions, leaving open the possibility that they either occurred behind closed doors or were entirely fabricated afterward. If the SS contingent hoped to find an immediate treasure trove of esoteric relics or incontrovertible proof of Aryan ancestry, they likely left disappointed. The diaries that survive show more conventional anthropological data, genealogical notes, local myths recounted by interpreters, measurements of villagers' faces and skulls, lists of local wildlife. The expedition returned to Germany around early 1939, bringing crates of Tibetan artifacts, photographs, and assorted specimens. Himmler greeted Schaefer's group with honours, praising their dedication. The Ahnenerbe's official press releases touted the mission as a great success in unravelling the history of early peoples. But soon thereafter, the outbreak of World War II overshadowed everything. The materials from Tibet were catalogued in the Ahnenerbe's archives, selectively used in propaganda about Eastern Aryan offshoots, but no grand revelation or doomsday relic emerged. War consumed the Reich's energies, leaving this fleeting brush with Himalayan mysticism in partial obscurity. Nonetheless, the warp and weft of Nazi occult intrigue did not simply vanish once armies marched and tanks rolled across Europe. Himmler's broader interest in runes and Germanic paganism accelerated. In the SS stronghold at Wewelsburg Castle, a circular hall was refitted for strange ceremonies that might have involved the invocation of archaic pantheons. A circular table for SS officers or an alleged crypt beneath the central tower was rumoured to be a chamber for mystical rites. The uniform of the SS increasingly borrowed runic-like insignia. The Ahnenerbe carried on with expansions into various pseudoscientific fields, though it too was soon dragged into more horrific tasks, such as human experimentation in concentration camps. While the exotic quests had once seemed a way to underscore Nazi ideology, the brutal realities of war shifted attention to immediate militaristic and genocidal priorities. By 1943 or 1944, the notion of gleaning cosmic energies from Tibet was overshadowed by the Reich's desperate search for advanced weaponry, the Wunderwaffen, that might reverse its steady decline. Amid this swirl, Adolf Hitler himself remained fairly disdainful of occult forays. Though he symbolically embraced the swastika and used mythic rhetoric and speeches, in private he mocked some of Himmler's more mystical enthusiasms. Hitler's worldview was intensely pragmatic in many respects, rooted in an extreme social Darwinism and racial pseudoscience. If he tolerated or authorized the Ahnenerbe, it was partly because he saw propaganda value in reimagining German prehistory, and partly out of trust in Himmler's instincts. But Hitler never championed the Tibetan expedition in the same way he praised, say, new rocket technology at Peenemünde. The tension within the Nazi hierarchy thus allowed men like Himmler a degree of latitude to chase illusions that not everyone in the upper echelons endorsed. When the war ended in 1945, that uneasy tapestry unraveled in flames. Many Ahnenerbe archives were destroyed or seized by the Allies. Some documents about the Tibetan expedition survived, stored away in locked boxes in Soviet or Western archives. The public at large, reeling from the shock of the Holocaust and the ruin of Europe, mostly ignored ephemeral stories about Nazi explorers in Asia. It was only decades later, as sensational books and conspiracy theories blossomed, that a fresh spotlight fell upon the Ahnenerbe's strangest endeavours. Authors rummaged through scattered evidence and built grand narratives about Nazi expeditions to Antarctica, to the Amazon, to the Middle East, and of course to Tibet. Now, overshadowing the sober historical record, these narratives often included invented dialogues with Himalayan masters, secret labyrinths, powerful relics left behind in mountain shrines or hidden subterranean realms called Agartha or Shambhala that the SS nearly discovered. Part of the reason such tales endure is the potent aura of the Nazi regime itself. People struggle to understand how a modern, industrialized nation could embrace such a vile ideology so wholeheartedly. The idea that Hitler's circle was guided or perverted by occult forces acts as a psychological crutch, casting monstrous acts as something more than human wickedness. Similarly, the swastika's ancient usage in Asia begs for explanation. How could a symbol revered as positive in some Eastern faiths become the emblem of horrific genocide in Europe? The notion that the Nazis recognized and tried to exploit the symbol's ancient energies resonates with readers looking for deeper meaning. Add the mystique of remote Tibetan monasteries, and the story acquires a near-fantastical glow. Historians who endeavour to separate fact from myth note that the expedition, while real, did not yield the outlandish relics conjured by rumour. At best, it returned with a mass of anthropological material that the Ahnenerbe twisted to support Nazi propaganda. The participants after the war insisted they never participated in bizarre magical rites, though SS officer Bruno Beger, for instance, admitted taking anthropometric measurements in Tibet that later informed Nazi racial studies. Yet the ephemeral references to secret goals, arcane instruments, or nighttime temple visits never vanish completely, fueling the suspicion that some aspects were deliberately concealed to avoid post-war retribution or ridicule. The partial nature of existing archives ensures the legend will never be fully quenched. Indeed, popular culture has repeatedly exploited the motif of Nazis scouring the earth for esoteric power. From classic adventure films to contemporary thrillers, the image of an SS colonel rummaging through a dusty monastery in search of an otherworldly artifact has become a stock trope. The actual Tibetan expedition stands as the template. That these fictional tales seldom mention that the real expedition took place before WW2's official start, during a time of rising tensions but not outright global war, does not reduce their allure. The conflation of that single expedition with the broader Nazi drive for bizarre wonders, from the Spear of Destiny to the Holy Grail, cements the idea that Hitler's regime might have been on the verge of harnessing dark forces had the Allies not prevailed in time. In truth, much of the Nazi occult narrative overstates the unity of belief within the regime. Many leading figures were more concerned with raw power, conquest, and genocide than with spiritual illusions. Himmler, however, was undeniably committed to forging an SS priesthood, complete with altars to Germanic gods and romantic illusions about lost Aryan civilizations. The Ahnenerbe was his brainchild, allowing him to merge scholarship, propaganda, and esoteric longing. The Tibetan expedition was simply the farthest geographical extension of that vision, yet the war itself overshadowed the results, funneling the SS's energies into more immediate horrors. The ephemeral glimpse of a possible Aryan heritage in the high mountains was left to gather dust in obscure crates. After 1945, the Allied powers and the Soviet Union each seized large amounts of documentation from the Third Reich. Some of those documents describe the work of the Ahnenerbe. Investigators found references to expeditions beyond Europe's borders, though the chaotic final months of the war, with SS officials burning archives or scattering them, meant crucial pieces went missing. The Soviets, apparently interested in any sign of advanced knowledge or secret weapon, pored over these remains. Rumours suggest they discovered notes on geomantic surveys in Tibet, or instructions on harnessing cosmic rays, none of which panned out in real scientific terms. Meanwhile, in the West, captured Nazi scientists were recruited for rocket programs, nuclear research, and so on, overshadowing the more esoteric aspects. The result was a patchwork of partial truths that, once pieced together, gave glimpses of Nazi activities, but left enough gaps for speculation to run wild. Thus, the legend's survival owes much to the incomplete nature of the evidence, combined with the intrinsic shock factor of Nazi crimes. Whenever the public tries to process how so-called modern men in advanced nations could commit the atrocities of the Holocaust and World War, the notion that some deeper demonic or occult impetus lay beneath the surface almost feels more comforting than confronting the banality of bureaucratic mass murder. That is not to say no one in the regime flirted with demonic or occult conceptions. Indeed, Hitler's own speeches occasionally invoked cosmic struggles. But there is a wide chasm between rhetorical flourish and actual magical practice. The Ahnenerbe inhabited a middle ground. It took mystical theories seriously, yet produced more propaganda than practical sorcery. The expedition to Tibet was less about robed ceremonies and more about measuring the heights of foreheads, albeit with the overshadowing hope that perhaps a hidden monastery might grant them an esoteric boon. Among those who cling to the more extreme claims, there is a persistent storyline that the SS discovered a hidden community of wise men or immortals who gave them some fraction of secret knowledge. Another variation states they found a relic, perhaps a sword, a skull, or a crystal of some vril energy that was spirited back to Germany. Later, they tried to use it in arcane experiments to influence the war's outcome. None of this appears in actual expedition documents or diaries. It thrives in the realm of rumour and subsequent leaks from alleged insiders. The idea that no official record confirms the rumour only spurs greater fascination, because conspiracy-minded individuals interpret that absence as evidence of a cover-up, rather than as proof it never happened. For present-day scholars, the real lessons to be drawn revolve around how easily politicized pseudoscience and mysticism can be harnessed by authoritarian regimes. The Ahnenerbe's mixture of partial scholarship with ideological mania exemplifies a warning about letting political dogma override intellectual rigor. In the context of Nazi Germany, such pursuits, while overshadowed by the monstrous policies of conquest and genocide, still contributed to the general climate of delusion, fueling a sense of historical or mystical destiny. The Tibetan expedition, in that sense, was a small but telling episode, an institution devoured by its illusions, travelling halfway across the world to find intangible Aryan roots, and returning only with minor anthropological data to confirm preconceived racial prejudices. The war's devastation meant that many Ahnenerbe staff were later interrogated about their roles. Some insisted they just performed harmless scientific tasks. Some ended up implicated in war crimes for participating in lethal experiments. Some documents from the Tibetan trip were used as evidence that the Institute's research extended to the far corners of the globe, but they did not take centre stage in post-war trials. Instead, the world's attention zeroed in on the Holocaust, the chain of command behind it, and the scale of Nazi atrocities. The ephemeral quest for lost Himalayan knowledge was a footnote amid the rubble of Europe, yet this footnote persistently ignites the imagination, the potency of Nazi symbolism, the lure of the Himalayas, the half-truth that the swastika was an ancient Eastern sign, the enthralling notion of runes and cosmic energies. These elements converge into a single mesmerizing myth. People ask, what if the Nazis truly found something? Or, could occult powers have played a role in Hitler's near-mesmerizing hold on Germany? Historians, on the whole, respond that the war was won and lost by more tangible factors: resources, industrial capacity, strategic errors, Allied cooperation. They see the occult dimension more as a reflection of the internal chaos and contradictory impulses that riddled the Nazi regime, rather than as a force that materially shaped events. To this day, if you venture into certain corners of the internet or specialized bookshops, you find elaborate theories about SS expeditions to track down the mythical city of Shambhala, or attempts to resurrect a primal Aryan god. Some authors paint pictures of secret Nazi monasteries perched in forbidden Tibetan valleys, still active, guarded by the ghostly descendants of the Ahnenerbe. The fact that no official or conclusive proof backs these stories scarcely weakens their hold. The interplay of Nazi darkness and exotic Eastern mysticism is simply too compelling to dismiss. The ephemeral swirl of rumour transcends rational constraints. In summation, the Nazi occult programs and the Ahnenerbe's expedition to Tibet can be understood on two levels. First, as a historical episode where an SS-sponsored team truly did embark on a peculiar mission, driven by a mix of anthropology, racism, and esoteric fantasies. Second, as the nucleus of a far grander myth that post-war writers inflated to dramatic proportions. The real expedition likely gathered morphological data, studied local customs, and tried in vain to find direct confirmation of Aryan genealogies in Himalayan culture. The mythic version magnifies it into a cosmic treasure hunt for hidden relics and spiritual energies. Those two versions coexist in the popular imagination, fueled by partial documentation, the aura of Nazi evil, and an abiding human appetite for hidden truths. If we look back from a vantage point of almost a century later, we see how extraordinary it was that, on the eve of a world conflict, the SS would invest resources in sending men to some of the planet's most remote lands in search of intangible evidence for a contrived racial dogma. That alone speaks to the extent to which ideology had supplanted pragmatic governance in portions of the Nazi regime. War was not a mere matter of guns and strategy for them, but of forging a new worldview, and the Ahnenerbe's quest in Tibet was a small but telling expression of that worldview's relentless thirst for cosmic validation. Today, remnants of that expedition's photographic archives and collected artifacts survive in museums or private collections, though often stripped of context or overshadowed by disclaimers about their Nazi origins. researchers who handle them must wrestle with the ethical implications. These items, gleaned in the name of a genocidal regime, carry the weight of historical complicity. The narratives they once supported about Aryan supremacy lie thoroughly discredited, yet the faint echoes of exotic mysticism keep the memory alive. Even Tibetan historians sometimes acknowledge the improbable fact that, in those last quiet years before WW2, Nazi explorers arrived in Lhasa, pressing instruments against people's skulls and rummaging for archaic symbols, convinced that it would vindicate a brutal dogma on the other side of the world. Thus, the legend endures as a cautionary tale, a window into how easily political fanaticism can wrap itself in mythical garb. The war's monstrous scale notwithstanding, it is this shadowy corner where archaic runes, theosophical illusions and racial pseudoscience intersected that continues to fascinate. We see how quickly a regime's quest for dominance can twist scholarship into a vessel for propaganda, how an ideology can transform scientific curiosity into a crusade for self-validation, and how a mania for hidden powers can seduce powerful men into bridging the tangible and the mystical. For many, that bridging reveals the fundamental irrational core of Nazism, the conviction that beyond raw force, some cosmic or occult destiny favoured them. In the end, whether the expedition discovered anything momentous is almost beside the point. Its lasting significance lies in how it epitomizes the synergy of political extremism and pseudo-scientific myth. The men who went to Tibet did so at the behest of an SS leadership enthralled by illusions, certain that an ancient homeland or a relic of Aryan might have awaited them in a land of temples and prayer flags. They returned with stories, skull measurements, and a slice of exotic intrigue for the Nazi propaganda machine. War then overshadowed everything, culminating in devastation that dwarfed any rumoured energies or relics. Yet the mystique of that journey survived, in part because it offers a glimpse into the bottomless well of ambition and delusion that fueled one of the 20th century's most horrifying regimes. And in that sense, the Ahnenerbe's Tibetan expedition remains an enduring testament to the manifold ways that ideology can distort truth, especially when it seeks validation not just in earthly battlefields, but in the highest peaks of myth and mysticism. Deep in the rolling and heavily wooded expanse of Lower Silesia, where the Owl Mountains cast long shadows across narrow valleys, rumours have long circulated about an extraordinary secret, an enigma known only by its code name, Die Glocke, the bell. By certain accounts, it was a bell-shaped device that defied easy classification, tied to the feverish and often terrifying experiments conducted by the Third Reich's secret research programs. Whispers traced its rumoured effects: the distortion of gravity, the manipulation of time, the emission of fatal radiation that killed everyone in proximity. More concrete evidence, if any exists, remains elusive, wrapped tight in layers of classified documents, lost testimonies, and the silent grave of an SS general named Hans Kammler, who by some telling oversaw the project. Over decades, historians, conspiracy theorists, and technology enthusiasts have combed the scattered hints to discover whether Die Glocke was truly an advanced piece of Nazi technology, the apex of the Reich's desperate science. Or was it merely an exaggerated legend, seeded by fear and fueled by the horrors of war? To embark on the story of Die Glocke, one must first set the stage. These Owl Mountains, located in what was then eastern Germany, today southwestern Poland, were home to a vast subterranean construction effort, code-named Riese, Giant, launched late in the war. Prisons from concentration camps toiled under brutal conditions, excavating deep tunnels into the hillsides. Officially, the Enterprise might have been intended as secret factories or command bunkers for the highest echelons of the regime, shielded from Allied bombers overhead. Yet a subset of rumour contends that within this labyrinthine warren was a facility far more clandestine than any standard bunker. It was run by SS scientists under the command of Hans Kammler, a figure whose biography remains as shadowy as the projects he allegedly supervised. Kammler himself had risen through the ranks of the SS, acquiring a formidable reputation for efficiency and ruthlessness. By 1944-1945, he had been granted sweeping powers over certain advanced weapons programs, from rocket production at Peenemünde to the final stage of the V2 ballistic missile deployments. Documents show that as the Reich collapsed, Kammler controlled significant chunks of the war's secret technology development, reporting directly to high-ranking Nazi leadership. His involvement with Wunderwaffe, wonder weapons, was rumoured, among them Die Glocke. If the stories are to be believed, then somewhere in the Owl Mountains, Kammler's scientists toiled feverishly on a bell-shaped device they believed could unlock unprecedented energies. Possibly, they hoped it would deliver a war-changing power or, at the very least, carve a path to exotic scientific breakthroughs that might stave off total defeat. The physical description of Die Glocke, gleaned from post-war testimonies and scattered references, remains consistent despite the scarcity of verifiable evidence. It is said to have been a metallic object shaped like a bell, hence its name, measuring some 9 feet in height and about 5 feet in diameter at the base. Inside, according to witnesses, were 2 cylinders rotating in opposite directions, filled with a substance codename Serum-525. Described variously as a violet-hued, heavy metallic liquid that could have been mercury-based or infused with radioactive isotopes. When activated, these cylinders supposedly spun at high speed. The device, housed in a large, specially built chamber with thick ceramic or lead lining, was connected to high-voltage electricity, supported by cables from an industrial generator. Accounts claim that once it was powered up, lethal radiation emanated from the machine, affecting everything within its field. Plant matter would wither, forming a strange, crystalline residue. Animals would die, researchers forced to stand close, or even prisoners conscripted to handle it, suffered gruesome side effects: nervous system damage, fluid in the lungs, sores across the body, and eventual death. All this, so the legend goes, was in pursuit of advanced propulsion or energy generation. Some versions propose that Die Glocke had anti-gravitational properties, that it could reduce or nullify mass or even manipulate space-time. The extraordinary nature of such claims inevitably fosters skepticism. Indeed, mainstream historians consider them to be at best anecdotal, derived from hearsay or possibly misinterpretations of chemical centrifuges or nuclear research components. But if there was any truth to the rumour, the possibility of Nazi scientists flirting with something at the fringe of physics seems both terrifying and tragically believable, given the regime's mania for Wunderwaffe as the war neared its end. Part of the mystique arises from the flytrap, a strange concrete structure found near the Wenceslas mine, not far from the Riesa tunnels. Shaped like an open cooling tower base or a circular array of pillars, it has long been cited by certain authors as a test rig for suspending Die Glocke. In aerial photos, or by walking its perimeter, one sees a ring of thick columns that might once have supported heavy weight or instrumentation. Officially, the structure's purpose remains unclear. The local explanation is that it was perhaps an industrial cooler or a water tower foundation, but the vacuum of firm documentation encourages speculation that it was indeed an anchor for a bizarre test, holding the bell in place while it harnessed forces that threatened to tear it from the ground. According to rumour, on test days, bright violet glows could be seen above the facility, accompanied by a metallic humming that set teeth on edge. Hans Kammler's own fate stokes the embers of the story. As the war ended, multiple contradictory reports surfaced about his movements and demise. Some said he died in battle near Prague, or that he took his own life in the final days of the Reich. Others insisted he escaped, spirited away by US or Soviet forces, potentially bartering advanced weapon secrets for his freedom. The official record has never conclusively documented Kammler's death or capture. This lingering uncertainty gives rise to theories that he fled with Die Glocke's plans, or the device itself, ensuring that it vanished from the historical record. Did the Americans, British or Soviets seize Die Glocke, or did it remain hidden, destroyed or buried in the Polish mountains by retreating SS squads? The swirl of rumour only deepened in the post-war decades. Polish villagers in the area recounted ghost stories of an SS convoy removing large, bell-shaped cargo under cover of darkness, leaving behind only scorched earth. Allied intelligence files, eventually declassified, showed that the Allies were indeed aware of advanced Nazi research, from jet engines to nuclear attempts, but none mention a bell-shaped device by name. Some documents do reference Kammler's potential involvement with radical energy projects, but specifics are scarce or heavily redacted. This dearth of official data fosters the notion that Die Glocke was too secret for standard oversight, perhaps known only to a handful of SS officers and scientists. Or, contrarily, that it never existed at all, a rumour inflated by wartime chaos and subsequent conspiracy, which leads to the second half of the story, the modern search for the truth behind Die Glocke. After the war, the Allies gathered as many German scientists and engineers as they could, launching programs like Operation Paperclip. The Americans and Soviets vigorously competed to glean advanced rocket and nuclear knowledge. Werner von Braun's team, for example, found an illustrious career in NASA, while nuclear specialists contributed to US or Soviet atomic programs. Yet in all these documents and interviews, no direct mention of a Bell device or gravity-defying project surfaced. Could it be that the Bell's research was relegated to a small, compartmentalized team that either died or chose silence? Could the knowledge have been suppressed intentionally, perceived as too dangerous? One name recurs among the earliest post-war references to Die Glocke: Polish researcher and intelligence officer Igor Witkowski. In the late 20th century, Witkowski claimed to have uncovered transcripts of an interrogation of SS officer Jakob Sporenberg, which described a bell-shaped device tested at the Wenceslas mine. According to Witkowski, these transcripts detailed horrifying experiments that killed multiple scientists and test subjects. The Allies, upon learning of it, seized what data they could. Witkowski's revelations, if genuine, would place Die Glocke at the heart of a clandestine SS science so extreme it bordered on the fantastical. However, critics question the authenticity of Witkowski's sources, as well as the absence of original documentation in official archives. No confirmed copy of the Sporenberg interrogation documents has emerged for scholarly review, leaving the matter in limbo. Did Witkowski genuinely see a hidden piece of intelligence, or was he drawn by the allure of shaping a new conspiracy? Subsequent authors, especially Nick Cook in his book The Hunt for Zero Point, seized upon Witkowski's claims, weaving them into broader speculation about anti-gravity research. Cook posited that the Nazis, in their desperation, flung resources at exotic physics, believing they might find a zero-point energy or field propulsion. The Bell, he argued, might have been an attempt at tapping into such ephemeral forces. The irony is that known Nazi technology programs, while advanced for the era, jet aircraft, rocket missiles, guided bombs, still conformed to conventional physics. They never yielded a fully operational flying saucer or time machine. Yet the narrative persists that hidden somewhere among the rubble was the seed of a quantum leap in technology. Beyond the big question, did it exist, lies a parallel question. What if it were real but not a time machine or anti-gravity engine, but a simpler, if still lethal, technology? Some historians point out that the device described by rumour could be a high-intensity centrifuge for nuclear enrichment or isotopic separation. The lethal radiation could easily align with crude attempts to handle highly radioactive materials. Cerium-525 might be a codename for a thorium or uranium compound, swirling at tremendous speeds. This would tie in with hints that the Nazis, though behind the Allies in nuclear research, were at least attempting to harness fission or advanced reaction processes. If so, the device's bell shape might have been a container large enough to hold the rotating apparatus. The bizarre stories of time distortion or anti-gravity might have emerged later, out of either confusion or the desire to dramatize an authentic but less sci-fi technology. Indeed, a device that produced lethal radiation and required thick lead or ceramic shielding would spark rumors, especially among laborers or guards seeing glimpses of it, but never receiving an explanation. Yet, these rationales, while plausible, fail to quench the allure of the more outlandish possibilities. Tales persist of a device that, when activated, glowed violet, creating a swirling effect in the air around it. Some accounts conjure images of watchers seeing the bell lift slightly off the ground, or cause localized distortions reminiscent of bent light. Perhaps these stories are entirely apocryphal. Perhaps they reflect misinterpretations, reminiscent of how UFO legends grew from partial truths about advanced aircraft tests. But the resonance is powerful. Even decades later, near the old Wenceslas mine site, one hears from local guides about nighttime sightings, about tunnels collapsed or sealed off by explosives, about SS officers who forced entire squads of labourers to vanish, killed to preserve the secrecy of the project. The disappearance, or uncertain fate, of Hans Kammler stands as a final, potent piece of the puzzle. If Die Glocke was real, it might have been Kammler's prized secret. With his direct chain of command to the highest Nazi circles, he possessed the authority to spirit it away. Some hypothesize that in the final days, an aircraft carrying the bell flew out of the region, either to be hidden in the Alps or transferred into Allied hands. Another tradition claims it was loaded onto a submarine that left from the Baltic, bound for an unknown destination, or that the Soviets seized it, burying the entire operation in the depths of KGB archives. In all these scenarios, Kammler either brokered a deal, was assassinated, or vanished to some new identity, none of which has been proven with any confidence. Records from Allied intelligence do confirm an intense interest in any advanced Nazi technology. The US mission known as Alsos scoured Germany for nuclear labs, rocket sites, and advanced weapon prototypes. The Allies meticulously catalogued rocket factories in Mittelwerk, the supersonic wind tunnels at Peenemünde, and the swirling mania for next-generation jets. But the volume of material was enormous, chaotic, with thousands of documents sequestered. Even after the war, revelations trickled out slowly. If there were references to a Bell device, they might remain buried under mislabeled files or overshadowed by more pressing concerns like the V2 program. Some contrarian researchers argue that the continuing silence on the matter suggests a purposeful suppression, that the Allies recognized the technology's potential or recognized it was a dead end best kept hidden. Others see no conspiracy, simply a lack of evidence because no such device existed. The more flamboyant theories about time travel rely heavily on a single anecdote that glimpses of the bell's interior seem to show images of the past or strange illusions. This might be conflated with the idea that high-energy fields could warp perceptions. It might also be pure fabrication. Similarly, the notion that the bell became a sort of Nazi UFO, whisked away to Antarctica or the dark side of the moon, belongs to the realm of fringe speculation. Yet such stories remain oddly popular in certain circles, perhaps because they speak to a primal curiosity about hidden technology beyond our grasp, and about the horrifying idea that the Third Reich might have come perilously close to harnessing something far more destructive than atomic bombs. One cannot ignore that these stories highlight the broader historical context. In the desperate final year of the war, the Nazi regime poured enormous resources into hopeless projects. They believed that a single miraculous discovery might turn the tide, a super bomb, an unstoppable fighter plane, a doomsday weapon. The impetus behind Wunderwaffe was not purely scientific ambition but existential desperation. Under such pressure, SS leadership might well have condoned experiments that were ethically monstrous and scientifically outlandish. That environment, swirling with secrecy, is the perfect incubator for rumours about a bell-shaped device with terrifying powers. In the decades following, each new piece of the puzzle, like the unverified Witkowski transcripts or the ephemeral references in occupant diaries, added a layer to the myth. But the puzzle never gained a final, authoritative piece. The location of official records, if any existed, remains unknown. Key witnesses died, their memories unrecorded or overshadowed by the cataclysmic events shaping the end of the war. The region itself, shifting from Germany to Poland, underwent political upheavals. The subterranean complexes in the Owl Mountains remain partially unexplored or collapsed. If Die Glocke's apparatus or related components were hidden or destroyed, they might lie sealed behind steel doors in caved-in tunnels, never to be rediscovered. Or it might be that not a single piece of physical evidence exists because the device never progressed beyond a blueprint or a far-fetched concept. Hence, the story of the Nazi bell stands at the crossroads of history and myth. On one hand, the tragedy of the forced labour, the monstrous exploitation, and the vain hopes pinned on delusional weapons is a matter of record. On the other hand, the specific notion of a bell that defied gravity or tore open time is steeped in speculation. The lethal radiation portion, if not referencing a nuclear or isotopic experiment, might reflect an advanced chemical centrifuge that indeed was deadly if unprotected. Witness accounts that made it into post-war law might have conflated advanced technology with the supernatural. In times of war, especially, fear, propaganda, and incomplete knowledge create legends that endure well beyond their original contexts. What then is the final verdict? Most mainstream historians hold that Die Glocke, if real, was likely a small-scale nuclear or gravitational experiment that never bore fruit. They see no reason to grant credence to the more extreme claims of time travel or anti-gravity. For them, the story underlines how rumour can amplify a kernel of truth, some odd device under SS auspices, into a grand narrative of cosmic significance. Others remain convinced that the Allies or Soviets seized advanced data, that a cloak of secrecy was thrown over the entire affair, and that the post-war rocket leaps or nuclear strides might have gleaned partial benefit from obscure Nazi projects. They point to the warp drives or exotic physics of decades later speculation as possible grandchildren of Die Glocke research. In either scenario, the haunting figure of Hans Kammler stands at centre stage, the unscrupulous SS general controlling unseen labs, his footprints receding into the gloom as the Reich collapsed. Did he bury his secrets beneath a mountain? Did he personally see the device vanish under orders from above? Or did he die in a ditch, ignorant of the future legend that would swirl around his name. The persistent refusal of his story to yield clarity only sharpens the mystique. If he did indeed vanish, it is easy to imagine him negotiating with Allied intelligence, bartering data for a new identity. The real Kamler remains lost to time, like so many figures in that chaotic era. In modern times, curious travelers can visit the region of the Owl Mountains. They might find remnants of the Reese complex, tunnels bored into stone, half-flooded, echoing with a chilly dampness. Wenceslas mine is there too, though partially collapsed, overgrown by vines and guarded by a sense of foreboding. Some local guides speak openly of the Bell Project, leading visitors to the so-called fly trap. One can walk around the structure's remains, run a hand over the crumbling pillars. It is a place of creeping hush, where the wind sows through the trees overhead, and one almost fancies hearing the hum of imaginary engines. But in the end, the place reveals no conclusive answers, only a sense of gloom, memory, and the silent weight of a war now decades gone. Ultimately, the legacy of Die Glocke is a cautionary tale of how monstrous ambition can spawn monstrous speculation. That the SS had scientists capable of advanced research is certain. Germany's wartime achievements in rocketry, jet propulsion, synthetic fuels, chemical weapons, and more underscore the regime's technological prowess. Whether they inched close to harnessing forces that defy contemporary physics is another matter. Possibly the real truth is less dramatic, but no less sad. A desperate regime, cornered and fearful, subjected prisoner labourers to grueling lethal work on a project that never accomplished anything except more human suffering. But the lure of a wonder weapon is strong. It taps into a sub-layer of imagination about hidden knowledge, parallel timelines, unstoppable energies. So, Die Glocke remains an unsolved riddle, woven into the tapestry of wartime legends that swirl around the fringes of documented history. Historians keep scouring archives, researchers keep hiking in the Polish forests, treasure hunters keep prying into sealed tunnels, all hoping to find that one piece of evidence, a hunk of strange alloy, a blueprint with an SS stamp, a missing line in an Allied intelligence memo that might shift the story from rumour to reality. Until then, the Bell remains in a twilight realm. Perhaps it was a real device, tested in those final frantic months, or perhaps it was the ephemeral byproduct of rumour and fear. Perhaps it was both. If so, it stands as an enduring symbol of the recklessness that arises when human cruelty meets scientific ambition. The war ended, the world reeled, and the scientist parted ways or perished. Kamler's name receded from official memory, but in that receding it lit the sparks of myth. Now, decades later, the myth flickers still as the secret of the Nazi Bell, a cautionary fable about how easily secrecy and desperation can create new nightmares. To read the statements of the few alleged witnesses, whether they truly existed or not, is to sense the terror of those times. They speak of a device that crackled with an unearthly energy, that left victims trembling, faces contorted in silent anguish. They speak of forced labourers who could do nothing but watch, their minds burdened with horrors they could scarcely name, and they speak of an SS general who walked among them with a quiet intensity, as though glimpsing destinies beyond mortal comprehension. In these stories, one sees the fullest measure of tragedy, an advanced society's descent into darkness, where achievements in engineering and science became harnessed to megalomania, overshadowing moral sense. Die Glocke, if it existed, was but a symptom of that broader moral collapse. One might stand on the edges of memory, gazing into the Owl Mountains, listening to the wind ruffle the treetops, and wonder what remains entombed there? Could a rusting shape, bell-like and silent, lie behind a collapsed tunnel, waiting to be rediscovered? Could battered crates of documents, reeking of decay, still hold the outlines of a science that remains beyond our everyday understanding? Or might the entire labyrinth hold only dusty emptiness, the real bell existing only in the war-harrowed imaginations that needed to believe in an unstoppable doomsday device? No definitive answer emerges. The more one reads, the more one sees that the evidence is ephemeral. References from questionable diaries, second or third-hand statements, unsourced interrogation transcripts, and fleeting comments in Allied intelligence papers that might have referred to entirely different technologies. All too easily, a few puzzle pieces can be arranged into a pattern that beckons with cosmic grandeur, while the puzzle itself might remain unsolvable. Yet, that pattern enthralls. And so, Die Glocke endures as one of those enduring mysteries, bridging the line between fact and conspiracy, historical puzzle and cautionary allegory. In the final reckoning, perhaps the best summary is that the Nazi bell stands as a ghost story of technology, a rumour shaped like a bell, said to glow with lethal energies, rumoured to hold the promise of rewriting physics. If it never existed, it still serves as a potent parable of ambition unleashed. If it did exist, it offers a chilling glimpse of how far that ambition could go. Either way, the story resonates with the deeper themes of that era: secrecy, extremism, faith in destructive miracles, and the catastrophic results when science becomes unmoored from empathy. So the legend of Die Glocke lingers. Beneath the pines and oaks of the Owl Mountains, the tunnels remain, some accessible to the intrepid, others sealed by rubble and time. Tourists occasionally find partial footprints of war, rusted rails, collapsed vaults, the decaying remains of forced labour camp facilities. They sense a hush, as though the wind itself is reluctant to stir. The missing pages of Kamler's story, the missing pieces of that alleged device, the missing lines from Allied intelligence logs, these are the voids in which the imagination thrives. Out of that void arises the unstoppable question, what if? And in that what if, a bell might still be ringing somewhere beyond the threshold of historical certainty, tolling a warning from the darkest fringes of a time best not forgotten. Night lay heavy on the vast Atlantic in late April of 1945, its waters black and cold, whipped by winds carrying rumours of an empire's collapse. The submarine U-530 cut a lonely shape against that sea, her hull painted a dull grey that blended with the dark waves, all lights extinguished to evade Allied patrols. She was one of the numerous U-boats still active in the Kriegsmarine, though by then the Reich she served was in its death throes. In the distance, London and Berlin alike were frantic with the last spasm of war. But out here on the wide ocean, in the hush of a moonless night, you might be forgiven for thinking the conflict had already died. The only sign of life was the rhythmic chug of the diesel engines beneath the deck, pushing the submarine through the water at a steady pace, leaving behind a faint wake that vanished as quickly as it formed. Below decks, in the close corridors that smelled of metal, diesel fumes and sweaty bodies, the crew of U-530 wrestled with a mounting sense of disquiet. News from home was sketchy at best. Rumours circulated that Berlin was encircled, that Hitler's bunker had become the nerve centre of a lost cause. Some said that the Führer was dead already, though none dared voice it too openly for fear of being labelled defeatist. Others whispered about the rumoured Alpine fortress in southern Germany, or a rumoured redoubt from which the Nazis would make a last stand. The captain, 20-something Oberleutnant zur See Otto Vermuth, kept mostly to himself, conferring quietly with his first officer. Together they weighed each new piece of intelligence gleaned from garbled radio transmissions. The official line from Admiral Dönitz, who had assumed control of the Kriegsmarine after Hitler's last orders, was still to fight on, to disrupt Allied shipping. But with each passing hour, the sense of finality grew. Somewhere in those final days, as April yielded to May, a shift occurred aboard U-530's conning tower. A new directive, perhaps, or a secret set of instructions known only to Wehrmacht and one or two others. Rumours began swirling among the junior enlisted men. The boat was no longer patrolling for targets in the North Atlantic shipping lanes. Instead, she was heading west, far west. Why? The official explanation, assuming any was given, was that they might harass shipping off the American coastline. Yet most seasoned submariners doubted such a mission so late in the war. The Allies were triumphant, their navies scouring the seas for any last U-boats. The cost-benefit was insane. So whispers spread of a deeper purpose. Maybe the boat carried vital cargo that must not fall into Allied hands. Or maybe they were planning to land a saboteur team on enemy shores. Some of the crew even speculated about ferrying away high-ranking Nazis. Late-night huddles around cups of watery coffee produced all manner of conjecture, but no clarity. The officers remained tight-lipped. At that time, the morale aboard U-530 was a swirling mix of fatalism and stubborn pride. They had endured the hazards of the Atlantic campaign, depth charges, airplane attacks, the relentless expansions of Allied technology. A submarine's life had always been precarious. Now, with the Reich evidently on the brink of total defeat, the illusions of victory were gone, replaced by a kind of numb acceptance. Yet there remained an undercurrent of loyalty to the fatherland, or at least to the code of the U-boat branch. They had to see this mission through, whatever it might be. If their superiors commanded them to sail west, they would. If it meant crossing half the globe, they would. Only Wehrmacht and a handful of confidants seemed to know the true reason behind this extended voyage, if indeed they themselves knew. For it was possible that Wehrmacht's instructions were cryptic, cobbled together from last-minute orders in a Reich unravelling at the seams. Then, on May the 4th or 5th, word reached them that Hitler was dead, though the exact date and circumstances were uncertain. The official Nazi radio bulletins, if still audible, might have announced Hitler's heroic death in battle, or some variation of the truth. Admiral Dönitz, Hitler's named successor, had declared that the war must continue in the north to protect refugees fleeing the Soviets. But the chain of command was in chaos. Several U-boats began surrendering en masse in Allied ports. Some scuttled themselves to avoid capture. Confusion reigned. If U-530 had been near the main lines of communication, they might have done likewise. But they were out in the open Atlantic, receiving intermittent transmissions that might or might not be accurate. Perhaps Wehrmacht decided that surrender in a European port was too risky. Or perhaps new instructions arrived from high-level Reich officials telling them to head for neutral or distant shores. The Argentine rumour had existed in the German Navy. South America was known for its pockets of Axis sympathy, especially in Argentina, where President Juan Domingo Perón had shown friendliness to certain elements of the Nazi regime. There were also rumours, wild, improbable, that Hitler might escape to Argentina via submarine. The gossip ran thick in the final weeks. Whatever the impetus, U-530 continued west and south, slipping into uncharted or at least lightly patrolled waters. Some historians believe the boat may have lingered near the entrance to the Straits of Gibraltar, searching for instructions from other U-boats or from intelligence channels. Others suspect it took a wide arc, heading directly across the mid-Atlantic. Over the next weeks, as Germany officially surrendered on May the 8th, U-530 was nowhere to be found. In Berlin, the Allies hammered out the details of occupation. In the Norwegian ports, German garrisons laid down arms, but the fate of certain U-boats remained unknown. the Allies tallied up missing vessels, unsure if they'd been sunk or if they prowled the seas with mischief in mind. Among those unaccounted for was U-530. By early June, rumours began circulating among Allied naval intelligence that at least 1 or 2 U-boats were making a break for the southwestern Atlantic. The Royal Navy and US Navy patrolled heavily, but the oceans are vast, and a submarine that avoided contact might slip through. In the realm of speculation, some Allied intelligence officers guessed these boats might be carrying plundered treasures, gold or art stolen from occupied Europe. Others conjured the possibility that top Nazi leaders were making a clandestine escape. The more imaginative claim that Hitler had faked his suicide and was on a U-boat heading to Argentina or Antarctica. Officially, the Allies dismissed the Hitler theory as nonsense, since all evidence pointed to his death in the bunker. Still, the absence of U-530 lingered as an odd footnote. Where had it gone? Then, on July the 10th, 1945, fully 2 months after the war's end in Europe, U-530 surfaced off the coast of Mar del Plata, Argentina. The Argentinian Navy quickly detected the submarine. Coastal lookouts spotted a U-boat flying no flag, approaching the port in broad daylight. Anxious radio calls were made to higher authorities. Had this submarine come to surrender? Or was it a Trojan horse? The Argentinian government, seeking to maintain a semblance of neutrality, or at least a stable facade, ordered the sub to be escorted into harbour under guard. Local press got wind of the story, and soon all of Argentina was buzzing. A German U-boat had arrived weeks after the war ended. In Mar del Plata's naval base, the battered Salt Street hull of U-530 slid into a berth with a surreal sense of anticlimax. Argentine naval officers stood by as the crew emerged, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Weymouth, looking haggard from long weeks at sea, presented himself to the Argentine authorities, but even as they accepted the surrender, a swirl of confusion and suspicion took hold. Why here? Why now? Why had the boat not surrendered to the Allies as ordered by Admiral Dönitz in early May? The Argentinian Navy demanded answers. The crew, for the most part, offered none. They claimed they followed final orders to surrender in a neutral country, though their official chain of command was murky at best. Moreover, the crew had destroyed all official logs and documents. Every war diary, every coded message, even personal journals, systematically removed or burned en route. The boat's deck gun was missing, apparently jettisoned at sea. The torpedoes had been fired off or dumped. The conning tower's identification markings had been painted over. All these actions pointed to a deliberate effort to conceal the submarine's precise journey and mission. The Argentine interrogators grew suspicious. What were they hiding? Did they drop off cargo or passengers before arriving? The men spoke in carefully rehearsed phrases, claiming they'd merely tried to avoid capture at sea and had drifted around to evade detection. They insisted there was no special cargo, that they had carried only standard provisions, and that the log destruction was a routine measure to keep secrets from the enemy. Argentinian intelligence officers were not entirely convinced, but aside from placing the men under custody, they had limited power. Argentina, under President Perón, was itself juggling complex relationships with the Allies. Officially, it had declared war on Germany in March 1945, but was known for harbouring Nazi sympathisers. The Allies demanded the men be turned over for questioning, so after a short period, U-530 and its crew were surrendered to the US authorities, who soon arrived to investigate. The official Allied statements eventually concluded that U-530 had no unusual cargo. They found no trace of gold, no advanced weapon prototypes, no sign of Hitler or other Nazi elite. The crew, they said, had only repeated the story that they left Kiel, or perhaps another port, in late April, roamed the Atlantic, lost contact with command, and decided to seek refuge in Argentina once the war ended. But these official statements fail to silence the speculation. Argentine newspapers, fueled by rumour and the secrecy of official channels, printed sensational headlines about hidden treasure, Adolf Hitler smuggled to Patagonia, or secret Nazi enclaves in the southern Andes. The local rumour mill thrived, weaving U-530 into a tapestry of conspiracies that included not just the fate of Hitler, but also the alleged submarine supply bases along the Argentine coast or Antarctica. Indeed, in the months that followed, another submarine, U-977, would also appear in Argentina, further stoking imaginations. For many in the local populace, the presence of these U-boats so late after the war provided dramatic evidence that something clandestine had taken place. Why else risk crossing half the world's oceans under threat of Allied retribution only to show up in Argentina's port? Some foreign correspondents wrote lurid accounts suggesting that the U-boats had deposited high-ranking Nazis on remote beaches or smuggled Hitler out of Europe. Post-war declassified intelligence files from the Allies show that while they considered such theories, they found no direct evidence. The crew of U-530, under intensive questioning, insisted that Hitler was not on board, that they had not landed any individuals ashore. They had simply destroyed logs to protect operational secrets and arrived in Argentina in the vain hope of a more lenient surrender. Still, many found such explanations too neat. The war's aftermath was riddled with half-truths. Documents had been burned, potential witnesses killed or missing, entire structures of the Nazi regime dissolved overnight. It was not unthinkable that elements of the SS had orchestrated escape routes. Indeed, post-war records show thousands of Nazis and collaborators did flee to South America, though most travelled by conventional means in the late 1940s and 1950s. But the notion that a submarine carried Hitler to Argentina on the brink of Germany's collapse became one of the great legends of WW2. The presence of U-530 served as a tangible anchor for those speculations, especially since it arrived with no clear explanation and with so many standard operating procedures undone. Historians, investigating decades later, consistently found no credible evidence linking Hitler's survival to U-530. They pointed to the overwhelming forensic and witness accounts of Hitler's suicide in the Berlin bunker. But in the realm of rumour, such official denials seldom suffice. Moreover, some details of U-530's surrender do strain credulity. The logs were not just removed, the entire war diary was methodically destroyed. While it wasn't uncommon for U-boat captains to discard sensitive documents before surrender, the thoroughness of the log's erasure suggested an exceptionally high level of secrecy. The crew's testimonies about their journey were vague and contradictory. Some said they had lingered in the North Atlantic for weeks to avoid fighting. Others claimed they meandered aimlessly, uncertain of the war's outcome. Certain unexplained mechanical issues were reported, such as the missing deck gun, which might point to hasty or covert operations. US naval intelligence officials interviewed the men in detail, yet the official transcripts show much repetition of the same storyline. We roamed, we got the news of surrender, we decided to surrender in Argentina. The Americans concluded the boat was not carrying critical cargo, or if it did, it was offloaded at sea. Indeed, the possibility remains that they might have jettisoned cargo mid-ocean. But, absent physical proof, it is speculation. Another angle that fueled suspicion involved the date of arrival. The war ended in Europe on May the 8th, yet U-530 reached Argentina only on July 10th, over 2 months later. Some might argue it was possible to cross the Atlantic in that time, especially if travelling submerged or taking a meandering route to avoid detection. Others note that 2 months was ample time to make secret stops, or that the crew might have visited hidden supply caches or remote anchorages along the coast of Africa or the Canary Islands. The Allies searched for any mention of U-530 in decrypts of German Enigma messages, but by late April and early May, German communications were in disarray. The unstoppable Allied advance had shredded the Reich's ability to coordinate. Therefore, if a small cadre within the Kriegsmarine had arranged a clandestine mission, it might remain unrecorded in official channels. This vacuum of clarity was precisely what made U-530's story ripe for sensational theories. As the post-war period transitioned into the early Cold War, official interest in the U-530 affair subsided. The Allies were more concerned with the nascent struggle against the Soviet Union, the division of Germany, and the reconstruction of Europe. Meanwhile, in Argentina, President Perón quietly distanced himself from direct Nazi ties while continuing to provide asylum for numerous lesser-known Nazi officials and collaborators who immigrated under false identities. Argentina's immigration records in the late 1940s show a notable spike in Central European arrivals, fueling speculation that not all arrivals were accounted for by normal means. This synergy of partial truths, official secrecy, and the known sympathy of some Argentine factions to former Nazis ensured that tales of U-530, along with U-977, took on a mythic aura. Over the decades, books, articles, and documentaries repeated the legend that perhaps the sub had carried top Nazis to an Argentine hideaway, or smuggled gold bars or sensitive documents detailing Nazi treasures. Indeed, local lore in parts of Patagonia speaks of German houses in the mountains, and rumours that certain lakeside estates had harboured Nazi fugitives. The sightings, often second-hand or based on murky memory, tie into the larger phenomenon that many Nazis truly did settle in South America. Still, the direct link to U-530 remains unproven, as no archival record or credible witness has surfaced claiming that Hess, Bormann or Hitler escaped via that boat. Despite the dramatic appeal, historians remain unconvinced. The accepted historical consensus is that Hitler died in Berlin, Bormann likely died around the same time, and Hess was captured in Scotland much earlier. Yet the mystique surrounding U-530's secret cargo endures. It is arguably emblematic of the chaotic end of WW2 when chain of command broke down and extraordinary acts seemed suddenly plausible. In 1945, after the Americans took custody of U-530 and her crew, a thorough but swift investigation commenced. The official US Navy record indicates the sub was meticulously searched. No contraband was found. The men were interrogated for intelligence on recent German submarine tactics. Then, eventually, the boat was turned over for disposal. Some sources say it was scuttled off the coast as part of Operation Deadlight, the massive effort to sink captured U-boats. Others mention it might have been tested or studied. The crew members were released or repatriated eventually, carrying with them the memories of a war that had ended in confusion and flight. They scattered into anonymity, seldom giving interviews. A few tried to defend their actions, claiming they only sought a safer surrender. Others refused to speak at all. Over time, even as historians pressed for details, the men remained elusive or contradictory in their stories, reinforcing the sub's legend as a vessel of secrets. A handful of post-war documents in Argentinian archives hint at possible complicity by local officials who might have suppressed certain details about the sub's arrival. The extent of that complicity is debated. Some archivists say these documents are misinterpreted, others suspect a deliberate cover-up. The truth, as with so many WW2-era mysteries, lies in a swirl of partial evidence and the knowledge that entire sets of German records were destroyed. The final days of the Reich saw a frenzy of document burning. If U-530 carried anything of high importance, no official trace remains. To many, the real fascination with U-530 is not about any single item of cargo, but about the broader symbolism. A battered Nazi sub pulling into an Argentine port in July 1945 stands as a testament to how the war's end was not a clean cut-off, but a ragged spiral of fugitive remnants. Some see it as a parable of those who refuse to accept defeat, hoping for a new dawn in a foreign land. Others see it as a reflection of how the war spawned illusions that persist, illusions that Hitler might have fled, illusions that vast Nazi treasures were hidden away, illusions that some last-minute deal was brokered. The submarine's sudden appearance, stripped of logs, only fueled those illusions. Over 70 years later, the story remains unsolved in certain corners of popular imagination. Conspiracy theorists still produce shaky claims of diaries referencing Hitler's presence, or alleged sightings in the Argentine wilderness, or the possibility that the sub offloaded crates of gold ingots for the financing of a clandestine Fourth Reich. Serious historians typically reject these ideas as outlandish, citing a total lack of verifiable evidence. The best guess remains that U-530's captain, seeking to avoid Allied retribution, found a potential safe harbour in Perón's Argentina. He arrived too late to negotiate any better terms, ended up in captivity anyway, and left behind a swirl of unanswered questions. What truly transpired on that boat between May and July 1945 may never be fully unravelled. The ocean, after all, does not surrender secrets easily, and the men who lived through that crossing are either deceased or too old to recall details reliably. The official narratives from Germany's final days are disjointed at best. The Allies had bigger concerns than dissecting every nuance of a single U-boat's route. The war's cataclysm overshadowed everything. Yet in this overshadow, the story lingers, a testament to how even in global conflict's final stage, small pockets of the extraordinary can shape enduring myths. If one attempts to recreate the scenes aboard U-530 in those weeks at sea, one might imagine a claustrophobic environment of tired men, haunted by the knowledge that their homeland was collapsing. Rations likely ran low. The bunk compartments stank of unwashed uniforms, diesel exhaust, stale air. The mood might have been sullen or resigned, with only occasional outbursts of bravado from the petty officers. The daily routine, surfacing at night to recharge batteries, diving by day to avoid detection, scanning for Allied destroyers that might deliver a final blow. Meanwhile, the captain pored over charts, measuring distances to the Argentine coast. The uncertain hush, occasionally broken by the hiss of compressed air or the clang of a hatch. And always the question left hanging in the air: why are we doing this? The lower ranks might have never known the deeper reason, if indeed there was one beyond self-preservation. Perhaps the officers themselves found solace in repeating the last official directives: do not surrender to the enemy, seek friendly refuge, or something along those lines. Then the arrival at Mar del Plata, the shock of sunlight, the lines of Argentine sailors pointing rifles, the swirl of onlookers pressing to see these battered German submariners, the looming presence of Argentine naval officers demanding the sub's papers, Wehrmacht's firm refusal, claiming everything was destroyed, the humiliating process of being marched off the boat. For a moment, the entire war seemed condensed into that surreal spectacle, a Nazi U-boat crew stepping onto foreign soil long after the war had ended, eyes squinting at the bright sky, uncertain of their fate. In the aftermath, they would be transferred to the US or British authorities. The sub itself, scoured by men searching for hidden compartments, suspicious lumps. Nothing was found except the typical equipment of a Type IC submarine. The watchers left unsatisfied. Sure, something must have been secreted away. The official statements concluded otherwise. Yet the story refused to die. Even the Argentine press capitalized on the drama. Some sensational articles claimed crew members had admitted to dropping off passengers on the Patagonian coast, but no credible source confirmed it. Over time, local legends grew. Farmers in remote parts of southern Argentina occasionally told tales of mysterious Germans emerging from the sea in those days. Some travellers claimed to see U-boat insignias in out-of-the-way taverns. The swirl of unsubstantiated sightings only thickened the legend, and so U-530's journey stands as an enduring puzzle piece in the mosaic of WW2's end, bridging facts, fantasies, and the unstoppable human tendency to fill voids with speculation. Decades later, occasional researchers would trace the names of the U-530 crew, visiting them in post-war Germany or reading interviews if any existed. Some found quiet men who had rebuilt lives as tradesmen or clerks, uninterested in reliving those final weeks. They gave curt answers or contradictory memories. We were lost, or we had orders to surrender in Argentina, or we had to destroy the logs because they contained operational codes. No confession of secret passengers, no mention of Hitler or gold, just the ephemeral disclaimers of men who had survived a war. The historians turned away, their notes inconclusive. Nevertheless, the legends remain evergreen. Even into the 21st century, documentaries and tabloids revisit the story, weaving it into a grand tapestry of conspiracies about Nazi flight, secret bases in Antarctica, or vast troves of stolen art. In truth, none of that is proven. The official stance remains that U-530 was simply a stray, an anachronistic holdout that refused to surrender in Europe. Yet official stances don't quell the human desire for a more dramatic explanation. The mere act of a submarine from a defeated Reich appearing in Argentina 2 months after the war invites speculation that it must have done something extraordinary along the way. So the vanishing of U-530 from the Allied radar, only to reappear far from home, lingers as a testament to the confusion of WW2's final days. A war that had consumed continents ended, not with neat closure but with stray vessels forging bizarre narratives on the high seas. And in that swirl of last gasps and unmoored commands, the story of U-530 stands out. A silent steel coffin gliding across the Atlantic, crewed by men who destroyed every record of their journey, surrendering in a land thousands of miles from the North Atlantic battleground. The rational explanation is that they fled, hoping for better treatment or a neutral stance. But reason never fully explains the mania of a collapsing regime or the illusions that might have fueled such a voyage, and so the submarine's final mission remains a puzzle with pieces lost to the ocean's depth and the watery grave of wartime secrecy. For Argentina, it was a brief spike in the broader narrative of a nation that walked a diplomatic tightrope during WW2. The government arrested the crew, cooperated nominally with Allied demands, and handed them over. Then they resumed daily life, overshadowed by domestic politics that included Perón's rise to power. For the Allies, it was a curiosity overshadowed by the bigger tasks of occupation, denazification, and the emerging Cold War. For the crew, it was the end of their service to the Reich, replaced by internment or prisoner of war status. Yet for students of history and conspiracy enthusiasts, U-530 became a pivot point, the ephemeral place where reality merges with rumour, forging a story that, to this day, invites questions about what truly transpired on the open sea in those quiet weeks after VE Day. If anything remains certain, it is that the world rarely resolves its great conflicts neatly. Even after an official surrender, pockets of conflict and pockets of secrecy persist. U-530 is a reminder that the chaos of war's end can spawn improbable events. A submarine cut loose from the motherland, forging a path across thousands of miles, ultimately surfacing in a neutral or half-friendly port, stripped of its records. The war ended, but the stories are never fully over. In the hush of historical speculation, the memory of U-530 still sails on, ghost-like, embodying the last stand of a regime that refused to accept the final word of defeat, or perhaps simply a crew's desperate desire to escape the vengeance of the victors. And in that tension between official denial and populist imagination, the submarine's legacy endures, an enigma that merges war's final twilight with the enduring lure of hidden cargo, secret deals, and the possibility that, just maybe, something extraordinary was concealed in those steel depths before the boat's lonely arrival in Argentine waters. They would always speak of that day as if it were the moment ordinary reality gave way to something beyond grasp, a moment when routine wartime duties vanished into uncertainty. It happened on a humid June morning in 1945, in the still air above the Bay of Bengal, where a British Avro Anson designated Flight KG-867 lifted off from a makeshift airfield in eastern India. Crews on the ground watched its steady climb, saw the glint of its sunlit fuselage fading into the distance, and returned to their duties without a second thought. Planes had come and gone 100 times before, yet none suspected that Flight KG-867 would never be seen again, that it would become an enduring wartime mystery, whispered about in Air Force mess halls and overshadowed by the looming end of global conflict. The Avro Anson was no stranger to those skies. For years it had served as a reliable workhorse, a twin-engined, low-wing monoplane typically used for training or transport. Although not large or glamorous by the standards of heavy bombers or sleek fighters, the Anson stood as a dependable presence, versatile enough to carry a handful of personnel or small cargo runs. On this particular day, it was tasked with ferrying senior RAF and Army officers over the Bay of Bengal on official matters that the flight manifest described in only vague terms. Some accounts claim the men aboard were involved in intelligence or command operations, though official records remain elusive. The date was about a month after VE Day in Europe, yet fighting still raged in the Pacific. The Allies knew that the war's final conclusion lay ahead. For these officers, Flight KG-867 was simply another step in an administrative dance. They had flown in from other theatres, or from British India, to coordinate with Allied commands or discuss potential deployment strategies. The early hours of that June day were grey with monsoon clouds scuttling inland. Ground staff later recalled a mild tension in the air, that intangible hush that sometimes portends storms. The weather had not fully blossomed into a monsoon gale, but the horizon showed signs of shifting pressure. Pilots and navigators were trained for these conditions, an everyday part of operating in tropical skies. The flight plan was straightforward, following a recognised corridor across the northern stretches of the Bay of Bengal, aiming to touch down at a forward airfield to the southeast. Flight times in an Avro Anson were not short, but neither were they excessively long, given its moderate range. By all accounts, the crew was qualified, a pilot with at least 200 hours in the region, a navigator accustomed to the region's often fickle weather, and the senior ranks in the passenger seats, 3 men in uniformed seriousness. No advanced weaponry or specialised instrumentation was aboard. The plane was not on a combat mission. It was, outwardly, a routine flight in a war that had seen thousands of them. Official logs show that the Anson departed around 0800 hours local time, climbing steadily under low-hanging clouds. The last communication from the ground staff was a simple confirmation of takeoff. No sense of drama. The control tower offered a brief Godspeed, and the pilot responded with a quick acknowledgement, something along the lines of KG-867 airborne, all conditions green. Then the radio chatter dissipated. Observers on the runway saw the plane's outline gradually shrink against the sky, watched the glints of morning light flicker off the twin propellers. In typical fashion, the flight would maintain radio contact with relevant airfields at intervals. But what actually transpired in the hours that followed remains the source of endless conjecture. For the first half hour, transmissions were normal. A position report indicated the Anson was on course, flying below cloud level, encountering mild turbulence but nothing extreme. Its pilot commented that visibility was patchy but fair. Then, at about 8:35, ground controllers who expected a standard check-in received only static. They repeated attempts to raise KG-867, but no clear response came, just faint crackles of static that may have been interference. Another station tried to reach them, suspecting only mild radio trouble. The simplest assumption was that the Anson's radio set had malfunctioned, or that a frequency shift was needed. At times, tropical storms in the region caused bursts of static that could drown out radio communication. But as minutes turned to an hour and no further signals arrived, unease spread. Over the next 2 hours, multiple attempts to contact the aircraft went unanswered. The route was not particularly long. If the plane were continuing on schedule, it should have checked in upon approach to the forward airfield, or at least requested a landing clearance. By midday, staff at the receiving station realized something was seriously amiss. They alerted command. Soon the news rippled up the chain. Flight KG-867, carrying senior personnel, had gone silent in the middle of a war-torn region, where Allied presence was strong, but not unchallenged. The tension escalated. Reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched over the suspected flight path. Naval vessels were alerted to remain watchful for any sign of wreckage on the water. The Bay of Bengal was vast, but it was not impossible to search. If an emergency water landing had been made, the survivors might be afloat in rafts. If the plane had crashed on land, maybe smoke signals or a radio beacon might be spotted. The hours that followed brought only frustration. Spotter planes combed wide arcs, scanning the gently rolling ocean, seeing nothing but the reflection of sunlight off rippling waves. Some reported fleeting illusions, strips of flotsam that turned out to be driftwood, or clouds that cast shapes reminiscent of an aircraft wing. The mild weather didn't hamper the search too severely, though a few squalls popped up. By nightfall of that first day, no trace had emerged. The sense of urgency intensified. The next morning, a more methodical operation commenced, with additional squadrons participating. British, Indian, and even a few American aircraft joined the hunt. The men aboard Flight KG-867 were not only senior in rank, but carried knowledge considered valuable for ongoing missions. The war might have been winding down, but intelligence never ceased to matter. Perhaps sabotage was involved, some whispered. The concept of infiltration or infiltration by Axis sympathizers wasn't impossible, even if less likely at that point in the conflict. Others insisted it was a mechanical malfunction leading to a catastrophic crash. But why no distress call? And how did a presumably stable flight vanish so abruptly? The days ticked on. Each search sortie returned empty-handed. No drifting oil slick, no floating debris, no rumour from local fishermen about a plane overhead in distress. The coastline communities were asked if they'd seen or heard anything unusual, but the vast majority reported nothing. A few claimed to have heard engines overhead, but that was routine for an area with frequent Allied flights. The official statements from the RAF grew terse. An ongoing search for a missing Avro Anson, unknown cause, final contact lost at 0835. The newspapers, overshadowed by final pushes in the Pacific War, hardly registered the story. Yet those closer to the airfields or in intelligence circles felt a certain dread. Aircraft did crash. Everyone accepted that risk. But in most cases, some sign eventually turned up, some clue to piece together the last moments. For KG-867, there was silence, an eerie hush that made one suspect the plane had simply dropped off the map. Over the next 2 weeks, the official search encompassed thousands of square miles across water and land. Every possible route was considered, including the idea that the pilot might have turned back if they encountered trouble. Some speculated that a sudden engine failure forced them to ditch quickly, leaving no time for a signal. Others hypothesized a catastrophic mid-air explosion. None of this found any support in the scattered bits of local rumor. The seas were relatively calm that day. Observers had not noted any unusual smoke or flashes in the sky. The tension was high enough that some began to spin more exotic ideas. A few pointed to stories of sudden storms known to spawn in tropical latitudes, miniature microbursts or freakish phenomena that could disorient or strike an aircraft with ferocious force. The local Indian subcontinent climate was well known for its unpredictability, especially near the monsoon. Could the plane have encountered a phenomenon that battered it from the sky in seconds? But again, if so, usually some trace might remain, scattered wreckage or an SOS. Then talk of sabotage rose to the fore. One rumor claimed that the plane carried top-secret documents, or that one of the senior officers had knowledge of sensitive operations, making them a target for Axis or Axis-aligned infiltration. Another rumor posited that Japanese forces might have had a clandestine presence in the Bay of Bengal. Yet, by mid-1945, the Japanese hold in that region was severely diminished. A direct attack on an Avro Anson still seemed improbable, especially if no distress signals were heard. Why would a presumably smaller force or submarine bother to vanish the entire aircraft without a trace? All the same, suspicion flourished. If sabotage had been done on the ground, perhaps a hidden device destroyed them mid-flight, leaving minimal debris. One minor statement in the official investigation indicated that maintenance records for KG-867 had shown no anomalies. The ground crew insisted that the plane was in good shape. The logbook for the previous flight hours indicated no glaring mechanical issues. Fuel was topped off properly. Ammunition or armaments were not relevant here. This was a transport mission, not a combat sortie. Then came the ghost theories. Some compared the event to other puzzling vanishings in war, such as certain flights in the Atlantic or the famous Flight 19 that would vanish later that year near the Bermuda Triangle. People scratched their heads about the idea that certain geographic areas hid unknown dangers, magnetic anomalies, pockets of strange weather, or something else. The Bay of Bengal was not typically rumoured to contain such weirdness, but wartime rumour mills can easily feed on the slightest mention of unknown phenomena. Over time, the official case drew to a close, battered by an overwhelming lack of evidence. The RAF's final statement concluded that KG-867 failed to arrive at its destination, cause unknown, probable loss at sea. The men aboard were declared missing, presumed dead. Families received the usual wartime condolences, official letters expressing regrets that no remains or personal effects had been recovered. Another tragedy in a global conflict littered with tragedies. And so, for many, the story of Flight KG-867 ended there, a sorrowful footnote in the final months of World War II. Yet certain archivists, historians, and amateur sleuths refused to let it go. In the years following the war, hints and rumours would bubble up occasionally. Some pointed to glimpses in intelligence records referencing a classified operation in transit. Others found mention of a passenger manifest containing more individuals than publicly acknowledged. Could the plane have carried not just the official roster, but also a clandestine passenger or item? The question grew. Might KG-867 have been on a mission that was not simply ferrying staff, but something more covert? If that were true, it could explain a possible sabotage or interception. Rumours of an Axis agent or double agent operating in British India had circulated, though no direct link emerged. the swirl of speculation bled into post-war conspiracy theories. Some said that the plane was carrying a defector or a stolen code device that forced an early demise. Others turned to talk of experimental meteorological weaponry, a fringe notion reminiscent of later wartime efforts to manipulate weather. Hard evidence for such programs in that region was non-existent, but the slightest rumour was enough for people to weave stories of experimental storms. With the entire region in flux, official records might never have been thorough enough to confirm or deny. Over the decades, even official attempts to glean data from American or Indian archives found nothing more than the standard missing plane file. One interesting footnote arises from a retired Indian fisherman's account decades later. He claimed that on that June day in 1945, he glimpsed an aircraft flying low, trailing faint black smoke heading southeast. He said it seemed to lose altitude quickly, but no crash or explosion was visible. By the time he sailed closer, the plane was gone. The water was empty. He assumed it had vanished beyond the horizon. Could that have been KG-867, or a different plane altogether? The fisherman's recollection, recounted so many years after the fact, was never verified. Another anecdote claims that a coastal village further east reported a large metallic thump in the distance that morning, as if something impacted the sea. They saw no fire, no debris, just an eerie hush. But local officials never found a single rivet or scrap of metal on those beaches. Such uncorroborated stories add to the aura of a plane that simply dissolved into the tapestry of the sea. The deeper theories revolve around the idea that the men aboard were not standard officers, but something else. Intelligence planners, cryptographers, or even scientists attached to special projects. If that were true, then sabotage or abduction could be on the table. Some talk about secret wartime operations that might have overshadowed normal flight logs. The Avro Anson, while modest, could carry enough to matter, perhaps certain documents or materials that demanded stealth. A mission so hush-hush might not appear in official records beyond a simple mention. Could the plane have been forcibly diverted, landing in territory unlisted, with the men seized or changed identities? In the chaotic end-of-war environment, anything was possible. Yet, not a sliver of credible proof emerges, only speculation. Another angle focuses on weather anomalies. Wartime meteorological units observed baffling phenomena around the Bay of Bengal. Abrupt squalls or micro-tornadoes formed by temperature gradients between ocean and landmass. Pilots had recounted unnerving encounters with swirling air pockets or violent gusts. If KG-867 stumbled upon one, maybe the plane was forced to ditch too quickly for a radio call. That might not explain the total absence of wreckage, but if the plane impacted the sea at speed, it could sink rapidly. Currents might carry debris far from the crash site. Coupled with incomplete search areas, it is possible the entire plane ended up in deep waters. Yet a typical Avro Anson might break into floating debris if it impacted, especially if the fuselage ruptured. Usually seat cushions, a wing section, or an oil slick might remain, unless the plane dove at a steep angle, creating minimal flotsam. But it is all guesswork. By the 1960s, with the war long past, KG-867's story was overshadowed by new conflicts and new mysteries. Only occasionally did an old Air Force hand mention that British Flight 19, which was lost in the Indian Ocean. The parallel to America's famed Flight 19, which vanished later the same year in the Bermuda Triangle, is indeed striking. An apparently normal flight, in decent weather, going silent, search planes finding no trace. People began to wonder if the entire planet had corners that swallowed aircraft. The Bay of Bengal did not enjoy the Bermuda Triangle's pop culture status. But if you examined older shipping logs or local fisher folklore, you could find mention of strange lights or unexplainable vanishings. Did KG-867 slip into one such phenomenon? The debate remains open. In the mid-1970s, an aviation enthusiast in Britain, after scouring RAF archives, found references to the final flight plan of KG-867, along with a single cryptic mention carrying priority cargo number 146 next to the passenger manifest. No clarification on what number 46 entailed, nor any sign that the item was recovered or had to do with anything special. The researcher pressed for more details, but the relevant forms were missing or never existed. The archivist on duty could only shrug. Records from 1945 were often incomplete. This trivial note, though, sparked further speculation that the flight might have had some role beyond typical staff transport. Perhaps the item was extremely valuable, or possibly dangerous. Could sabotage or a stealthy act of espionage revolve around it? The puzzle always returns to the same blockade: no direct evidence. Whenever amateurs or historians comb the shallow waters or sandy bottoms near the bay, they never discover an Avro Anson skeleton. Whenever official inquiries re-emerge, they find only the same old logs. Even factoring in drifting currents or the possibility of a land crash in remote jungle, no sign surfaces. To vanish so thoroughly is rare, though not impossible, in an era lacking advanced satellite tracking or black box recorders. Time marches on, and each decade sees fewer living witnesses. The families of those aboard KG-867 pass away. The war's living memory recedes. The men remain memorialized at war shrines for the missing, names carved in stone among thousands who never returned home. Some official records, reprinted in post-war volumes, list them in the simple lines, "Presumed lost, no known grave." Meanwhile, the theories only multiply in retelling. A group of ex-servicemen once attempted a small expedition in the 1990s, searching a rumoured crash site in a remote Burmese jungle. They found rusted scraps of metal possibly belonging to some older plane, but none matched the Anson serial numbers. Documentaries occasionally revisit the disappearance, offering stylized reenactments and dramatic voiceovers. Where did KG-867 go? They interview grey-haired veterans who talk about how easy it was for planes to slip away in those days. Yet always they come up short, concluding with the same question the 1945 searchers faced. Over time, a subtle romanticism attaches to the mystery. People imagine the final moments in that cockpit, the pilots scanning a calm sea, the senior officers chatting quietly, perhaps an urgent conversation about the future of the war. Then an unexpected event, an engine cough or a jagged tear of lightning from a small storm cell, or a sudden shift in the horizon as the plane lurched. Perhaps the pilot fought to keep altitude, hands sweaty on the yoke, the navigator yelling coordinates or calling the ground, but the radio failing, the sea approaching with terrifying speed, or maybe, in a stranger scenario, the plane encountered an infiltration group that forced it down. The passengers carrying some vital secret were taken, but that leaps into the realm of spy novel. The truth is, not even the final logs can indicate an inkling of trouble. The last words remain routine. Even the official investigators were left baffled. Their own final report included a short statement. It is improbable that the aircraft encountered violent weather sufficiently severe to prevent a distress call. The possibility of sabotage cannot be ruled out, but no evidence was found. The cause of the disappearance must remain unknown. That line, "must remain unknown," became etched into the memory of those who studied the case. The label of Britain's Flight 19 is apt because of the parallels. An ordinary mission, a calm day, a last radio contact giving no hint of doom, an extensive but fruitless search, and an abiding sense that we are missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. With Flight 19, theories abound about navigational errors or freak compass malfunctions. Could KG-867 have faced an analogous phenomenon? A a sudden magnetic anomaly in the Bay of Bengal that misled the pilot into flying far off course until fuel ran out. The area is not particularly famous for such phenomena, but wartime records do mention partial anomalies or sporadic instrument disruptions. If the pilot realised too late that they were hundreds of miles from their intended path, they might have been out of range for radio or forced to send an emergency that never got received clearly. Then the ocean took them. The sabotage angle, while lacking direct proof, is sometimes championed by those who note that by 1945, the Allies were moving into Southeast Asia with increasing force. Resistance from certain extremist pockets might have tried desperate measures. A bomb on board, set to detonate mid-flight, might produce minimal visible debris or none at all. But typically, even a mid-air explosion might leave a scattering of wreckage or a bright flash that watchers could see. Nothing was reported that morning except routine engine hum. If a covert saboteur were on board, they might have coerced the pilot to deviate, but the plane's last known heading seemed correct. So the sabotage story gains little traction except as a persistent rumour. Another dimension to consider is that in mid-1945, the Allies were planning new operations in the final push against Japanese positions. The men on KG-867, described as senior personnel, might have possessed knowledge of planned amphibious assaults or political strategies. Could they have defected or been forcibly hijacked by hidden agents? But again, those tales remain in the realm of pulp espionage. The official war archives do not mention any infiltration meltdown or defection scandal. There is no known group claiming responsibility. Eventually, the war ended. The Allies triumphed. As the planet began, reconstruction, thousands of missing soldiers, sailors and airmen remained unaccounted for. The families of the 5 men aboard KG-867, 2 flight crew and 3 senior officers, never learned precisely how their loved ones died. The men were not alone in this heartbreak, but the uniqueness of the flight's total disappearance with no explanation in relatively placid conditions caught the attention of certain war historians who later compiled catalogues of vanished aircraft. Their works mention KG-867 as a prime example of an unsolved, overshadowed puzzle. Over time, one sees references to the strange hush that consumed the plane's call sign that day, the eerie silence that followed. That phrase, eerie silence, reappears in recollections from ground operators who insisted that 1 second they heard normal static. The next, it seemed as if the entire frequency died. The question arises whether some electromagnetic event overshadowed communications. Wartime technology was not immune to radio blackouts or fleeting cosmic interference. But would that alone cause the plane's demise without a single flare or attempt at contact on other channels? The storyline is reminiscent of many vanishings. Once the plane leaves your sight, an entire horizon of possibilities opens. The plane might have soared into stable flight, only to succumb to mechanical meltdown or pilot disorientation. Perhaps it found itself in an unexpected squall line, or the crew, exhausted from the war's burdens, made a fatal error. We will never know. The search stands as testament to the Allies' attempt to find them. They poured resources into scanning the seas for days on end. In interviews decades after, some older search plane pilots recalled the frustration of such hunts, flying methodical grids over water, scanning for a glint that might be a wing or a reflection from a floating seat. They found nothing. That sense of futility lingered, the tension that overshadowed every flight in war, fear of anti-aircraft guns, mechanical failure, or natural hazards, found its chilling fulfillment in KG-867's abrupt fade into oblivion. Over 70 years have passed now. Historians occasionally resurface the story, each time gleaning a few more fragments from diaries, incomplete logs, or personal letters. Even the partial flight plan that remains is heavily faded. We glean the sense that the plane was meant to land at an advanced base by midday, and from there the officers would proceed to a naval facility. An entire day's schedule had been arranged. By evening, anxious staff realised they had not arrived. By midnight, the top brass were demanding answers. That was the start of the frantic search. Officially, the matter never advanced beyond case closed, no resolution. Yet in certain corners of aviation lore, KG-867 is revered as a prime example of how the fog of war can cloak not just battles, but entire mysteries. One cannot discuss it for long without referencing how wartime priorities overshadow the search for deeper truths. The Allies needed all available craft to fight or to prepare for Japan's final stand. They could not mount indefinite hunts for a single missing plane, no matter how important the men were. And by the time the war ended, reorganization took precedence. Documents were scattered, some destroyed. If there was any hush-hush angle, it might have been permanently buried. The memory of those final hours, then, belongs only to the sea and the sky. One imagines the Avro Anson buffeted by a gentle crosswind, the pilot adjusting trim, the senior officers perhaps reading dispatches or discussing upcoming briefings, confident that they would land in a couple of hours. Maybe someone glimpsed a formation of clouds ahead and the radio crackled with static. Then, in a moment, normalcy shattered. Did the engine sputter? Did the plane pitch downward? Did a sudden wave of panic fill the small cabin? Or was it silent acceptance, the pilot fighting the controls in calm desperation? Perhaps no one will ever know. The Bay of Bengal might hold that secret in its watery depths, entombing an Avro Anson that once carried men who had survived so much of the war, only to vanish in its waning months. The enduring question is what exactly took place in that short, silent window after 0835, when ground control tried to re-establish contact. That is the riddle at the heart of KG-867's disappearance, a riddle overshadowed by the end of a vast global conflict. After the war, while some families pressed for more thorough inquiries, the new post-colonial governments reorganized, the British presence gradually diminished, and archival chaos reigned. Meanwhile, the pressing tasks of rebuilding overshadowed old mysteries. For a while, only local rumour kept the story alive. Even now, browsing certain dusty volumes of wartime records, the name KG-867 might appear in a column, a sterile reference that belies the heartbreak beneath. Ultimately, the Flight 19 parallel stands as the best-known comparison. Just as that American flight of torpedo bombers vanished without a trace near Florida with no conclusive explanation, so too did the British Avro Anson in the Bay of Bengal, in calmer though still uncertain conditions. Both flights left behind no wreck, no final message, only open questions. The difference is that Flight 19's story found pop culture fame via the Bermuda Triangle. KG-867 quietly slipped from public memory, overshadowed by bigger war headlines. Perhaps if things had gone differently, had the war lasted a bit longer, or had a major figure of global renown been aboard, more resources might have hammered away at the puzzle. But the men, while senior, did not hold the highest positions, and the conflict's final phase overshadowed them. So, we are left with an aviation mystery that remains to this day. Wartime records mention no official sabotage suspects, no double agent confessions. Meteorological data for that day suggests moderate risk, but nothing freakish. Mechanically, the Avro Anson was in acceptable shape. The pilot had the necessary experience. The time, about 0835, is the last recorded moment, after which all we have is the hush that expanded to fill the hours, days, months, and then decades. Over time, historians spun the hush into a story of sabotage or experimental storms or clandestine missions. In the end, no theory stands triumphant. The war concluded. The Allies pressed on to final victory. Families mourned, and KG-867 receded from official memory until the occasional historian or curious mind found the references in old logbooks. They read the lines, "Anson, carrying 5, departed at 0800, last contact 835, missing." Maybe those lines remain an apt epitaph, a slender thread connecting the known to the unknown. For the men aboard, their story merges with countless others who vanished in war's chaos, their last moments swallowed by a horizon that refuses to yield answers. In the hush of that morning, above the gently stirring waters of the Bay of Bengal, Flight KG-867 became a phantom, a whispered footnote in the grand narrative of 1945, overshadowed by the final throes of a worldwide struggle, and destined to remain an enduring aviation mystery, forever poised between the mundane and the inexplicable. Night fell over Augsburg with a hush that felt like the long indrawn breath before a thunderstorm. In early May of 1941, the gloom of war had settled heavily across all of Europe, but in Germany's heartland there remained a simmering sense of grim conviction, a belief that destiny itself had ordained the Reich to expand ever outward. Factories belched smoke in the twilight, rolling out more weapons for the front. Citizens kept their shutters drawn against the prospect of RAF raids that might pierce even these inland skies. Soldiers marched in neat columns through the streets under the flicker of blackout lamps. And high within the darkened corridors of power, men plotted the next steps of the war machine, sometimes whispering behind closed doors where the taste of ambition turned to paranoia. Yet among them, there was one man who paced his own quarters in secret agitation, mind awash in conflicting loyalties, fear, and an idea that he could scarcely share with any living soul. This was Rudolf Hess, Deputy Führer, second only to Adolf Hitler in the earliest days of the Nazi regime, though his influence had lately waned beneath the ascendant figures of Goering, Himmler, and the rest. Where Hess once basked in the glow of Hitler's trust, he now found himself sidelined, overshadowed by more ruthless and cunning competitors. He had always been peculiar in manner, inwardly devout to the cause, yet quietly overshadowed by a deeper anxiety that gnawed at him. Some colleagues saw him as a zealot, others as a man too earnest for the savage politics that had come to rule the Nazi hierarchy. And so, on that fateful spring evening, in the gloom of his private study, Hess decided that he would break from everything he knew, embarking on a flight that would become one of the strangest mysteries of the Second World War. For weeks leading up to that moment, Hess had retreated often to solitude. He had studied maps, weather charts, intelligence reports on British air defences. He had confided in no one beyond an obscure circle of aides, trusted confidants, or perhaps gullible participants about his plan to cross enemy lines and deliver a message of peace. Peace, or so Hess believed, might still be attainable with the British. Hitler had, after all, expressed intermittent admiration for the British Empire, at least in the sense that he respected their global dominion. Hess interpreted these half-formed compliments and occasional outbursts as a sign that Hitler might secretly desire a truce if Britain simply recognized German dominance on the continent. However, Hitler's official stance publicly was an all-out struggle, a total war that demanded submission or destruction of Britain. Hess persuaded himself that if he could just speak to the right British officials, if he could bypass the diplomatic illusions, he might arrange an understanding that would end the war in the West, allowing the Reich to turn its attention to the looming threat of the Soviet Union. The logic seemed twisted, almost naive, but Hess's mind, shaped by unwavering loyalty to Hitler's earlier rhetoric and the illusions that still lingered in Nazi propaganda, found in it a desperate hope. He set his plan in motion with clandestine care. Under the pretext of testing a new aircraft, he had made sure a specially prepared Messerschmitt Bf 110 was readied for a long-range flight. Officially, it was an advanced fighter configuration, but Hess had it fueled and fitted with extra gear to support a solo crossing. Every detail was arranged without raising suspicion from the Luftwaffe's top brass. Perhaps few questioned him at all, given his rank. By May 10th, everything was set. That Saturday he rose before dawn in the hush that preceded the day's usual war clamour. He dressed not in an officer's uniform but in flight gear, calmly placing navigational tools in a small kit. One or two staffers saw him departing, but assumed it was routine. He walked the short distance to the airfield where the Bf 110 awaited, a silhouette in the pale morning gloom. The mechanics saluted him in confusion. This was, after all, the Deputy Führer. He offered them a brisk nod, climbed into the cockpit, and started the engines before any official clearance could be questioned. The roar of the twin Daimler-Benz engines shattered the silence. Moments later, the plane rolled across the airstrip, gathered speed, and lifted into the sky. The watchers on the ground might have felt uneasy, but none dared stop him. Hess, second in command to Hitler, soared into the golden haze of morning, heading northwest across the patchwork fields of southwestern Germany. For a time, Hess must have felt the rush of adrenaline battling the fear that gnawed at his belly. The sheer audacity of crossing into British airspace, alone with the Reich embroiled in war, was unimaginable to most. But Hess had convinced himself it was not an act of betrayal, but an extension of his loyalty. He believed that by arranging a separate peace, he might secure Germany's future from a ruinous two-front war. On the other hand, some deeper part of him must have sensed the personal risk. If caught by the British, he might be treated as a prisoner. If he returned to Germany without success, Hitler might brand him a traitor. Indeed, Hess's psychology had grown fragile, overshadowed by dreams, omens, perhaps illusions of a divine or destiny-driven mission. According to some accounts, he had begun to see signs in astrology, in personal visions, that guided him to attempt a mad gamble for peace. Hour after hour, the Messerschmitt thundered across the sky, Hess scanning the horizon for British defences. The route would require him to skirt the North Sea, aiming for the Scottish coast where he believed a friendly aristocrat might be found, someone rumoured to have pro-German sympathies, or at least an open mind for negotiations. Hess had gleaned from intelligence briefings that the Duke of Hamilton, who lived near Dungarvel House in Scotland, might serve as a conduit to the British government. Whether this was factual or a distortion of some rumour, Hess did not question. He clung to the notion that the Duke was the key to reaching top British leadership, that his flight might lead him to Winston Churchill's inner circle with an offer of peace. The idea had a fairy tale quality, like a medieval knight crossing into an enemy castle to propose a truce. But WW2 was no medieval pageant. It was modern, brutal, and governed by the logic of total war. Darkness fell as Hess continued his journey, the plane's engines droning a constant mechanical lullaby. Over the roiling waters of the North Sea, he must have been seized by moments of doubt. The aircraft's navigation instruments had limitations. Night flying in a Bf 110 was never straightforward. Clouds drifted across the moon, occasionally obscuring starlight. He knew he was crossing the line into enemy territory. RAF patrols might spot him at any time. Anti-aircraft guns might open fire. The slightest miscalculation could send him plunging into icy water. But Hess pressed on, fueled by a mixture of conviction, adrenaline, and perhaps the flicker of mania that had crept into his thought process over the preceding months. Close to midnight on May the 10th, 1941, the plane came within sight of the Scottish coast. Hess realised he was off course, possibly too far north. He circled to regain bearings. By then, British radar had detected an incoming aircraft. RAF pilots were scrambled, uncertain if it was a lost Luftwaffe bomber or a stray recon flight. Some eyewitness accounts say Hess's plane was fired upon. Others claim the RAF fighters never got a clear shot. Historians debate the specifics, but in the confusion, Hess managed to navigate inland. Running low on fuel, with flight instruments blinking dire warnings, Hess prepared to bail out. He had trained for parachute jumps, though never in such desperate circumstances. He didn't intend to crash the plane or attempt a landing on a strange Scottish field. Instead, he aligned his course near farmland close to Dungavel House, where he believed the Duke of Hamilton might be found, and jumped. The plane, now pilotless, spiraled and crashed in a remote spot. Meanwhile, Hess descended under the pale gloom of a near-midnight sky, the parachute snapping in the wind. He hit the ground with a jolt that likely shattered whatever illusions he held about a dignified arrival. The impact injured his ankle. Breathless, in pain, battered by the cold Scottish wind, Hess struggled to free himself from the harness. He glanced around at rolling farmland, distant lights, the hush of rural darkness. He was alone, behind enemy lines. But he also felt perhaps a flicker of triumph. He had done it. He had made contact. A local farmhand approached, alarmed by the spectacle. Hess, in broken English, demanded to be taken to the Duke of Hamilton. The farmhand, stunned, complied as best he could, eventually summoning the local home guard or police, who took Hess into custody. So ended Hess's improbable crossing, 8 hours aloft, culminating in a single leap into the unknown. Even in captivity, Hess insisted on speaking to the Duke or some high-ranking British official, explaining that he bore an offer from Hitler. The local authorities, perplexed, found themselves interrogating a man who claimed to be the Deputy Führer of Nazi Germany. Initially, some believed it was an imposter or a lunatic, but the weight of evidence soon convinced them otherwise. Word raced up the chain of command. A top-ranking Nazi had landed in Scotland. Winston Churchill, upon hearing the news, reportedly viewed it as both a bizarre curiosity and a propaganda windfall. He greeted the development with a blend of amusement and cynicism. If Hess thought he could sway Britain to a negotiated peace, he had misjudged the temperament of Churchill's war cabinet. Yet the significance of a Nazi official defecting behind Hitler's back was too great to ignore. In the days that followed, Hess was transferred to the Tower of London. British intelligence officers arrived, gleaning what they could from his statements. Hess repeated that he had come to broker a peace, that Germany had no quarrel with Britain if Britain would just cede Europe to Hitler. The British, for their part, saw Hess as a curiosity, or a potential Trojan horse. Some suspected it was a German plot, a ruse to sow chaos or gauge Britain's vulnerability. Others believed Hess might be acting on his own, driven by delusions. The truth was uncertain. Meanwhile, Hess's mental state deteriorated. He grew agitated, anxious, complaining of memory gaps or the sense of being monitored telepathically. British psychiatrists examined him, noting signs of paranoia or mania. Over time, he retreated behind sullen, haunted eyes that seemed to cycle between frantic claims and moments of near catatonia. Back in Berlin, the news of Hess's flight reached Hitler within a day. The Führer's reaction was volcanic fury mixed with disbelief. Hess, one of the earliest disciples of National Socialism, had effectively gone rogue. Hitler demanded to know who else might have known. He insisted that Hess had fallen victim to pacifist illusions or hidden conspirators. Some accounts claim that Hitler, humiliated by Hess's betrayal, raged about betrayal in the highest ranks. A public statement soon followed. Hess had lost his mind. He had acted entirely without the Führer's knowledge or sanction. The official line dismissed Hess as insane, a non-entity who no longer held any position in the Reich. Propaganda Minister Goebbels instructed the press to bury the incident or paint Hess as a deluded fool. Over the next months, Hess was systematically written out of the Nazi narrative, replaced in the chain of command. He became a phantom within the Reich's leadership. Meanwhile, British authorities found themselves in possession of a unique captive. The war continued to rage. London bore the brunt of the Blitz. The RAF and Luftwaffe clashed in the skies. The Atlantic convoys struggled against U-boat attacks. On the Eastern Front, still weeks away from Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, the Nazi war machine was gathering might. Hess was an odd relic of an earlier time, a man who had once shaped Nazi ideology, now languishing in a British prison. They interrogated him thoroughly, gleaning details about the inner circle, though Hess claimed ignorance or amnesia on many points. Some British officials considered using him for propaganda to discredit the Nazi regime. Others saw no strategic advantage. The public was briefly tantalised by the sensational headlines, "Hitler's deputy lands in Scotland," but the war overshadowed any prolonged fascination. When Operation Barbarossa launched in late June 1941, the entire strategic situation shifted. Britain found itself nominally aligned with the Soviet Union. The notion of a negotiated peace with Germany seemed more remote than ever. Hess's mission, if it had ever been feasible, lay in ruins. From that point onward, Hess became a historical oddity, the Nazi who fled to Britain in the midst of war, apparently seeking peace. His captivity continued throughout the conflict. At the Nuremberg trials after Germany's defeat, Hess appeared as a defendant, though overshadowed by figures like Goering, Ribbentrop, and others more infamous for their direct involvement in atrocities. Hess's mental state had eroded further by then. He often seemed confused, prone to outbursts, occasionally claiming amnesia. The International Tribunal sentenced him to life imprisonment, believing he had been a key architect of Nazi ideology from the start, complicit in the regime's crimes. He was confined to Spandau prison in Berlin, where he would languish for decades as the sole inmate in the later years, until his death in 1987. Yet the story did not end with his incarceration. In the decades after the war, speculation soared about the deeper motives behind Hess's flight. Conspiracy theories flourished. Was Hess truly acting alone, or did Hitler secretly approve the mission, hoping for a separate peace with Britain to free his hand in the East? Did the British intelligence services manipulate Hess, feeding him disinformation to lure him over? Some theorists propose that a faction within the British aristocracy might have engaged Hess in back-channel diplomacy, only for Churchill's government to crush the arrangement once Hess arrived. Others argued that Hess was indeed unbalanced, gripped by illusions of personal glory as a peacemaker, or by occult beliefs about astrological signs that told him the time was right. The secrecy of British intelligence files, much of which remained classified for years, only fueled these rumours. Post-war documents gradually trickled out. Some revealed that Hess was intensively interrogated at a country house in Surrey, codenamed Camp Z, by MI6 officers. He repeated claims of wanting to broker peace. British transcripts show him asserting that Hitler was willing to withdraw from Western Europe, an astonishing notion that historians generally dismiss as fantasy. The files also contain notes on Hess's mental disintegration, how he believed he was being poisoned, or that Jews in Britain were orchestrating his downfall. On the British side, the record indicates no genuine interest in negotiating with him. Churchill reputedly called Hess a simpleton, concluding that the flight was a personal venture, not an official mission. The public release of these transcripts in the 1990s quieted some speculation, but not all. A swirl of clandestine hints still colour the Hess saga. Some maintain that certain aristocratic circles in Britain, long rumoured for their pre-war sympathies to Nazism, might have extended private signals to Hess. The Duke of Hamilton insisted he never invited Hess or engaged in any traitorous talk, but others claim he had ties to groups that believed in an Anglo-German alliance. If so, the question arises, how far did these individuals go? And did Hess's flight represent the final act of a secret corridor that abruptly collapsed upon his capture? Meanwhile, Hitler's knowledge remains equally debated. Officially, the Reich condemned Hess as mentally ill, but privately, Hitler might have suspected that Hess, aware of the upcoming invasion of the Soviet Union, was searching for ways to neutralize Britain's threat. Yet no conclusive evidence surfaces. The Nazi leadership had always been fractious, and Hess's star had faded well before 1941. The simplest explanation remains that Hess, driven by illusions of personal destiny, embarked on a hopeless gamble for peace, misreading both Hitler's perspective and Britain's determination to fight on. As the decades progressed, Hess's story evolved into an odd footnote, overshadowed by the far greater horrors and tragedies of WW2. But for historians of the war's diplomatic undercurrents, it remains a puzzle. How a man so high in the Nazi hierarchy could risk everything on an improbable solo flight into enemy territory. Psychological profiles of Hess, drawn from prison interviews, paint him as deeply susceptible to mystical beliefs, fixated on loyalty to Hitler, yet overshadowed by insecurities and a hunger to prove himself. He spoke of cosmic alignments, signs that compelled him to act for the greater good of Germany. In Spandau, as an aging prisoner, Hess wrote reams of letters, at times repeating that he had done what was necessary to save Germany from ruin. Until the end, he believed history would vindicate him. It did not. Rudolf Hess died on August 17, 1987, in Spandau prison, his final years marked by isolation and the tragic distinction of being that prison's last inmate. He was 93. Official reports say he hanged himself, though some claims suggest foul play or sabotage. Riots broke out among neo-Nazi sympathizers who revered Hess as a martyr, further complicating the weird legacy of the man who soared to Britain in 1941. For the mainstream view, Hess's flight stands as a bizarre episode that changed nothing militarily. Britain would not bow to Nazi demands, and Hitler pressed on with his war. However, the broader mystique endures. Even now, there are secret corners of the historical community that claim Hess carried documents or proposals that Britain destroyed. Others argue he was manipulated by MI6 from the start, fed illusions that Britain was on the brink of making peace. None of these theories have been definitively proven or refuted. The surviving archives, partially opened over the decades, reveal no smoking gun. Instead, they present a tapestry of frantic instructions, intelligence briefings, and Hess's own contradictory statements. The man was evidently unstable, convinced that he alone might salvage peace between two empires. One final haunting note. Many watchers of Nazi Germany's hierarchy note that had Hess not flown, perhaps he would have remained overshadowed but safe from the war's final meltdown. The flight sealed his fate, alienating him from Hitler forever. In Nuremberg's dock, Hess's occasional wild statements about amnesia or telepathy suggested a man haunted by regrets or illusions. Perhaps he realized too late that his plan had no chance of success, or perhaps he never realized it, believing until the end that history misunderstood him. In the end, the flight to Scotland, that short leap out of a Bf-110's cockpit and onto Scottish soil, remains as one of WW2's strangest, most personal mysteries, a testament to how even in the midst of a vast total war, individual impulses can shape improbable chapters of history. So stands the story of Rudolf Hess's 1941 flight, a bizarre intersection of diplomacy, ambition, delusion, and secrecy, culminating in a solitary parachute drifting down over the fields of Scotland. Whether it was the act of a madman, a desperate peace envoy, or a manipulated pawn in a spy game, no single interpretation satisfies. War is too vast, politics too murky, and Hess's own psyche too frail to yield simple answers. Even so, his flight endures in memory, a cautionary tale of how personal conviction can collide headlong with geopolitical reality, leaving behind a swirl of confusion and speculation that the passing decades have never fully dispelled. In the heart of Northeast Asia, where bitter winters sweep across the plains and the Songhua River winds its way through Manchuria, there once stood a complex that looked, at first glance, like a standard military installation. Surrounded by barbed wire and patrolled by solemn-faced guards, the compound might have passed for yet another facility in a region marked by imperial ambition and conflict. Inside, however, was an unfathomable horror that remained largely hidden from the outside world for decades. This was the headquarters of Unit 731, a covert research division of the Imperial Japanese Army, established under the official name of the Epidemic Prevention and Water Purification Department of the Kwantung Army, but in reality a site of grotesque human experimentation. Its official-sounding name gave no hint of its true nature. From the late 1930s until Japan's defeat in 1945, Unit 731 engaged in some of the most barbaric acts of the Second World War, systematically using prisoners for gruesome medical experiments. Men, women, and children of various nationalities, though predominantly Chinese, became victims to the scientific curiosity of doctors and officers determined to perfect biological weapons and medical techniques. In the aftermath of the war, many hoped justice would come swiftly to those who had orchestrated such crimes. Instead, the world's superpowers had other priorities. In the swirl of the Cold War, the atrocities of Unit 731 were buried under layers of secrecy and cover-up. Immunity deals were quietly offered to the perpetrators, who, shielded from legal consequences, melted into the post-war landscape or continued scientific careers with minimal disruption. As the decades passed, the truth behind the events in Harbin faded from collective memory, overshadowed by the geopolitical jockeying of the superpowers. And yet, the memory of what transpired there never truly vanished. In whispered accounts, in the haunted recollections of survivors, in decades later confessions and partial documents, the story of Unit 731 slowly re-emerged, an ugly testament to how easily governments might bury even the greatest of crimes when expedience demands it. To grasp the full horror, one must begin in the wintry environs of Harbin, where the tall chimneys of the compound belched black smoke, and patrolling guards rarely spoke aloud of what they saw or heard. Each block of the compound was dedicated to some new category of torment, labelled innocuously for record keeping. And behind each label, behind every locked door, was a realm of unspeakable experimentation. The roots of Unit 731 stretch back to the 1930s, when the Kwantung Army solidified Japanese control over Manchuria, known then as Manchukuo. This puppet state served as a resource-rich colony for Imperial Japan and as a prime testing ground for new military strategies and weapons. In this frontier environment, a charismatic and ambitious military physician named Shiro Ishii found an opportunity to merge his passions for medicine and national power. Ishii had long argued that modern warfare would pivot on biological and chemical weapons, and he insisted Japan must be at the forefront of developing them. Initially, Ishii conducted smaller-scale research in Tokyo, but soon the Manchurian frontier called. Freed from the scrutiny of the home islands and enabled by the loose oversight of occupation forces, Ishii established the beginnings of a facility that would become Unit 731. Officially, it was described as a centre for water purification and epidemic prevention, an innocuous front for the real objectives: to test biological agents on live subjects, develop new toxins, and gather data on the extremes of human physiology. The Harbin area, with its large prisoner population, including Chinese nationalist fighters, Soviet captives, anti-Japanese dissidents, and even common criminals, provided a readily accessible pool of test subjects. At the apex of its operation, the compound sprawled across more than 2 square kilometers. Inside, the complex was subdivided into multiple sections: labs for pathogen research, testing chambers for explosive devices, cold weather testing units, and autopsy rooms. Trenches ran behind the main buildings for disposing of bodies, while an incinerator burned incessantly to eliminate biological waste and human remains. The staff, including doctors trained at some of Japan's top universities, served under the banner of scientific progress and national defense. Many believed they were forging medical breakthroughs that would give Japan an unparalleled advantage in biological warfare. From a distance, the site looked like a typical military base: fences, guard towers, watchposts, and heavy gates that forbade casual entry. But those tasked with cleaning the corridors or delivering supplies soon learned to keep their eyes averted, for the sights beyond the official offices were terrifying. Prisoners, forcibly taken from occupied territories, were herded into cell blocks. Some arrived after weeks in cramped trucks or trains, malnourished and terrified. Others were brought from nearby forced labour camps. All were stripped of dignity the moment they entered the compound. Many were assigned numbers or code names, effectively erasing their identities. The staff referred to them not as humans, but as logs, a code word that further dehumanized them. The logic was simple: if these subjects were seen as mere raw materials, any compassion or moral qualm might be bypassed. Behind the enclosed walls of Unit 731, the range of experiments was vast, each more horrifying than the last. Some doctors specialized in high-pressure tests, locking captives inside sealed chambers, then cranking atmospheric pressures to lethal extremes, noting how quickly a person's lungs ruptured or ears bled. Others perfected techniques in vivisection, dissecting living subjects without anesthesia to observe organ function in real time. Indeed, the cold clinical approach was chilling. Surgeons documented the changes in a beating heart or living digestive system with the same dispassionate curiosity one might reserve for a routine lab demonstration on rodents. But these were not rodents. They were human beings, men and women who often died in agony with no chance of mercy. One wing of the facility concentrated on frostbite. Manchuria's brutal winters plummeted to sub-zero temperatures, conditions reminiscent of potential battlefield climates. The Japanese army needed data on how to keep soldiers alive in such extremes, so Unit 731 forcibly exposed prisoners, sometimes with arms or legs dunked in iced water, other times strapped to posts outside overnight, to measure precisely how the human body froze, minute by minute. Victims screamed from the pain of crystallizing tissues, yet the doctors meticulously recorded data: how many hours until numbness set in, how the flesh turned black or chalky white, and whether rapid rewarming or slow thawing was more lethal. Witnesses later recalled how, in the mornings, soldiers often found bodies with the limbs so stiff they resonated like wooden planks when struck. Another dimension to the program was infectious disease research. Ishii and his colleagues recognized the potential of plague, cholera, typhoid, and anthrax as weapons to cripple entire enemy armies or civilian populations. To that end, they infected victims systematically. They forced them to consume contaminated food, injected them with pathogens, or exposed them to fleas carrying plague. The patients were quarantined in observation cells, their suffering recorded meticulously, spiking fevers, hemorrhages, delirium, organ failure. Some were dissected alive at various stages of infection to glean data on how pathogens spread through tissues. Others were allowed to die untreated, simply to confirm the disease's natural progression. Meanwhile, the staff refined techniques for cultivating bacteria in massive quantities, bridging the gap between small-scale lab research and full-blown biological warfare readiness. Occasionally, the scientific mania intersected with basic cruelty. Some guards took pleasure in humiliating or brutalizing subjects, aware that few outside these walls would ever know their fates. Though Ishii forbade unnecessary brutality, the line was irredeemably blurred. By condoning lethal experimentation, the entire system was an exercise in monstrous inhumanity. Women were impregnated forcibly, their pregnancies used for studying vertical transmission of diseases or the effects of weaponized toxins on fetal development. Children were not spared. The youngest captives, sometimes mere infants, languished in isolation cells or were placed in test chambers to see how quickly they succumbed to certain pathogens. Meanwhile, the research extended beyond the Harbin facility. Field tests were carried out in Chinese villages. Bombs loaded with plague-infected fleas were dropped. Wells were laced with cholera or typhoid. Locals died by the thousands, never comprehending why their communities were suddenly ravaged by epidemic. The data, scribbled into official-looking logbooks, was used to refine strategies for bacteriological bombs. While many in the upper echelons of Japan's command suspected something unethical, few intervened. The moral boundaries were subordinate to national ambition. The operation of Unit 731 demanded strict silence. Every staff member swore oaths not to reveal the nature of their work. Guards who asked too many questions disappeared. Paper trails were kept minimal, with coded references to experiments. The public face remained the Epidemic Prevention Department, suggesting innocuous public health efforts. Even within the Japanese army, few outside specialized circles knew the full extent of these programs. To foster camaraderie and quell moral unease, Ishii hosted regular social events, sack-fueled parties, lavish dinners, where officers boasted of breakthroughs in infection rates or refined toxins. A sense of twisted pride developed. Researchers published sanitized versions of findings in academic journals, omitting the monstrous means by which they obtained data. Occasionally, high-ranking officials visited, impressed by the potential strategic advantage these discoveries promised. The compound was a black hole in a moral sense, swallowing the personal ethics of doctors who might otherwise have taken the Hippocratic Oath. A cruelty disguised as science took hold, yet underlying the bravado was an undercurrent of dread. The staff knew the war might not go in Japan's favor indefinitely. If Allied forces discovered these atrocities, any notion of glory would quickly shatter. So they refined their secrecy. Documents were encoded or destroyed after each major experiment. The incinerator roared day and night, disposing not just of bodies, but also of written logs deemed too explicit. A handful of survivors who escaped or were released occasionally whispered about horrors in a place known as the Devil's Lab, but these rumors were hard to verify in wartime confusion. Even so, local Chinese communities sensed an evil in the compound's shadow, aware that people who vanished into those gates rarely re-emerged. As the war's tide turned against Japan in the Pacific, the staff at Unit 731 realized that Soviet forces might soon sweep into Manchuria. By mid-1945, the top brass recognized the urgent need to destroy evidence of their crimes. Huge bonfires consumed stored pathogens. Stacks of research documents were thrown into furnaces. Prisoners still alive were methodically executed or left to starve. Some officers, in a final paroxysm of cruelty, used living subjects to test new bombs or burning agents, calling it a grand finale of data gathering. In August 1945, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and advanced rapidly into Manchuria. Ishii ordered the entire complex evacuated. He commanded that the incinerators be fed every scrap of sensitive material, every leftover body or organ, while staff disguised themselves in civilian clothes. The aim was to vanish into the chaos. From their vantage point, surrender spelled doom if the Allies discovered the full extent of the atrocities. To ensure secrecy, many of the staff took lethal doses of poison or shot themselves. Ishii, however, had a different plan. He believed he could leverage his knowledge, thousands of pages of experimental data on biological warfare, to negotiate immunity with the Americans. Indeed, as the swirl of the war's final weeks advanced, he guessed that the US might prize his data enough to spare him and his closest associates from war crimes prosecution. When Japan formally surrendered, the truth of what happened at Unit 731 was still a mystery to most of the outside world. Soviet officials, discovering the compound's rubble, gleaned hints of vile experiments. But the site had been so thoroughly destroyed that only scattered remains pointed to the scale of horrors. Meanwhile, the United States occupation in Japan led a parallel line of inquiry. American intelligence quickly recognized that if Japanese scientists had spent years developing and perfecting biological weapon techniques, that knowledge could be invaluable, especially as tensions with the Soviet Union escalated. The seeds of the Cold War were already sown, and in intelligence circles, the sentiment was simple: better that the Americans glean any advantage from Japanese research than let it fall into Soviet hands. Thus began the second act of Unit 731's story, a massive cover-up orchestrated in the name of Cold War geopolitics. As US forces established the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, commonly known as the Tokyo Trials, to prosecute Japanese war criminals, questions emerged about chemical and biological warfare crimes. Officially, the Allies were obligated to investigate and punish such violations. Yet, behind closed doors, American intelligence officers and scientists recognized the unique value of the data from Unit 731's human experimentation. In the words of one intelligence memo, this invaluable scientific data, if placed at disposal of our potential enemies, would hamper US war readiness. General Douglas MacArthur, Supreme Commander for the Allied powers, sanctioned a discreet arrangement. Ishii and his colleagues would share all their notes, raw data, and techniques with US authorities in exchange for immunity from prosecution. The logic was starkly pragmatic. The US had no desire for a protracted trial that might push the scientists to flee or withhold data, nor was there an appetite for publicly dissecting these atrocities, given that American scientists wanted unimpeded access to the findings. If the Soviets, with whom relations were already souring, got wind of the arrangement, it could spark global outrage. So the entire negotiation was kept under tight secrecy. As a result, unlike many Nazi doctors who faced the Nuremberg trials, Unit 731's leadership largely escaped formal justice. Ishii himself lived out his post-war years quietly, never publicly admitting guilt. Some rumors suggest he briefly advised US intelligence on bioweapons research. Others claim he even gave lectures to American scientists on advanced immunology or plague techniques. Many of his subordinates found work in Japan's post-war biomedical sector, with a few rising to prominent positions at universities or in government agencies. The brutal details of their research rarely surfaced in official records. Meanwhile, Soviet courts held separate trials in Khabarovsk for a handful of lower-ranking Japanese war criminals, including some involved in biological experiments. The Western press, skeptical of Soviet motives, often dismissed these trials as propaganda. In effect, the Soviet version of events, documenting the atrocities in detail, never garnered widespread acceptance in the West, overshadowed by Cold War suspicions. As the 1950s progressed, headlines drifted away from Unit 731. The Korean War, the nuclear arms race, and the standoff between NATO and the Warsaw Pact claimed center stage. For the next few decades, the atrocities of Unit 731 lingered in a twilight zone of half-rumors, overshadowed by immediate geopolitical concerns. Many in Japan's establishment did not wish to tarnish the image of their nation's new democratic society by dredging up old war crimes. The United States, firmly entangled in a global ideological struggle against the Soviet Union, saw no advantage in unraveling the secrecy that had allowed them to acquire Japan's biological warfare data. Official records mentioning Unit 731 were sealed, classified, or quietly misfiled. The mainstream media, focusing on communist expansion or nuclear brinkmanship, seldom delved into the specifics of a defunct wartime medical program from a decade prior. For the victims, Chinese families who had lost loved ones to bizarre epidemics or who had seen neighbours vanish into the Harbin compound, there was little closure. Rare personal accounts trickled out, describing horrifying scenes of forced inoculations or the stench of rotting flesh emanating from the facility, but these voices rarely made it into Western discourse, drowned out by global tensions and a lack of official support for claims. In many historical overviews of World War II, references to Japanese biological warfare were fleeting or absent, overshadowed by the more extensively documented Nazi Holocaust or the bombings in the Pacific Theatre. The Allies had effectively chalked up Unit 731's crimes as a lesser-known footnote, overshadowed by the atomic bomb and the devastation that ended the war. By the 1960s and 1970s, Japan had become a crucial US ally in the Pacific. The prosperity of post-war Japan, along with its role as a bulwark against Soviet influence in Asia, meant that few in Washington or Tokyo had incentive to stir up old skeletons. People in Japan who might have known of Unit 731 often preferred to remain silent, out of patriotism or fear or shame. Some doctors employed during the war retreated into quiet retirement or continued practicing medicine with an unblemished public record. Over time, a generational shift further diluted collective memory. Younger Japanese citizens learned little about these wartime atrocities in standard textbooks, as official narratives minimize references to biological warfare crimes. Outside Japan, particularly in China, anger simmered. In Chinese provinces once ravaged by plague bombs or infiltration tests, communities suspected that the Japanese army had deployed monstrous weapons. Graves and mass burial sites told partial tales, but with the region engulfed in civil war and then overshadowed by the Cold War, detailed investigations were rarely undertaken. The People's Republic of China, in its early decades, was embroiled in its own upheavals, from land reforms to the Cultural Revolution. Condemning Japan in an international forum might have been possible, but without Western support, it gained little traction. Interestingly, some testimonies about Unit 731 emerged from inside the Soviet bloc, reasserting the scale of the atrocities. However, Western powers, suspicious of Soviet propaganda, mostly dismissed these as exaggerations or communist rhetoric. And so, piece by piece, the harrowing truth of Unit 731 sank beneath waves of geopolitical tension. Meanwhile, survivors or relatives who tried to speak up found themselves stifled by official inaction. Even in Japanese courts, suits filed by victims for compensation rarely succeeded, citing lack of direct evidence or statutory limitations. The immunity deals hammered out in the aftermath of 1945 had done their work. With no official impetus to investigate, the matter remained inert. It wasn't until the 1980s and 1990s that historians, journalists and activists from various countries resurrected the question, what truly happened at Unit 731? This renewed interest came from multiple angles. Revelations about unethical wartime research made global headlines with parallels to previously hidden Nazi archives, while the end of the Cold War unsealed certain intelligence records. Gradually, partial US documents referencing the immunity deals found their way into academic circles, confirming that the top echelons of American intelligence had chosen to suppress public knowledge in exchange for scientific data. Japanese citizens too began to re-examine their country's role in World War II. Some journalists uncovered the testimony of ex-servicemen. Old diaries, half-burned ledgers, and faded photos from Harbin attested to the horrors. Surviving doctors in advanced age occasionally granted interviews to local newspapers, vaguely hinting at experiments that were necessary for the greater good. In parallel, Chinese researchers documented mass graves near the old compound site, identifying them as probable victims. Over time, these puzzle pieces combined into a coherent picture, reinforcing the monstrous truth that had been overshadowed for decades. However, official acknowledgement remained elusive. The Japanese government seldom issued direct apologies or statements about Unit 731, focusing more on broader war apology statements. The United States never officially admitted to immunity deals. Lawsuits by victims or their descendants were often dismissed on the grounds that the matter had been resolved under post-war treaties or that the statute of limitations had expired. Even well into the 21st century, no comprehensive war crimes trial was convened for those specific atrocities. What became of the scientists and officers behind the atrocities? Many lived out long, relatively prosperous lives. Ishii Shiro himself, the mastermind, was never indicted. Though some accounts suggest he was briefly questioned, he soon melted into the post-war medical establishment. Rumours abound that he gave lectures in the United States or continued research in secret labs, though hard proof remains fragmentary. At least some of Ishii's underlings rose to high positions in Japan's academic or pharmaceutical spheres. They published respectable research on immunology, surgery, or infectious diseases, presumably building on the knowledge gleaned from the compound's horrors. Outside the public sphere, these men, who had once performed nightmarish vivisections or unleashed plague bombs on villages, rarely faced moral or legal reckoning. Soviet authorities captured a few mid-level officers who failed to flee Manchuria in time. The 1949 Khabarovsk trials tried these individuals, revealing a trove of details about Unit 731's plague bombs, frostbite tests, and lethal injections. However, in the West, the trials were written off as communist show trials, overshadowed by the birth of the People's Republic of China and the intensifying Cold War. The English-speaking press barely covered these proceedings, while the Soviets, for their part, were only too happy to highlight Japanese atrocities as proof of capitalist complicity, further discrediting them in Western eyes. The net result was that the revelations from Khabarovsk never gained the traction needed to spark broader condemnation. The moral dimension of these events is as harrowing as the factual record. Unit 731 stands as one of the starkest examples of how doctors and scientists, those trained to heal and advance human well-being, could be co-opted by militarism to commit atrocities in the name of research. The rationalization used was that the data might save Japanese soldiers, or that the victims were condemned criminals undeserving of normal ethics, or that the times demanded ruthless measures. In the post-war era, when these same individuals walked free, often continuing medical or academic careers, it testified to the chilling power of realpolitik. War crimes could be forgiven if the criminal's expertise served a new strategic purpose, The Cold War overshadowed the cries for justice, turning the dream of accountability into just another casualty of ideological rivalry. For survivors and families of the victims, these events left a heritage of grief and anger. Many had lost relatives to bizarre diseases or inexplicable disappearances in Manchuria. They found no closure, no official reparations, and scant recognition of their suffering. Chinese textbooks mention the atrocities, but on the global stage, awareness remains sporadic. In Japan, the topic is sometimes discussed in academic circles or among activists, but mainstream media coverage is intermittent. The overshadowing effect of the atomic bombings, combined with the complexities of the US-Japan alliance, meant that Unit 731's story never fully anchored in the public consciousness, especially outside East Asia. In the last few decades, scattered efforts by historians, journalists, and documentary filmmakers have slowly illuminated the murky record of Unit 731. International conferences on medical ethics sometimes reference it as the ultimate cautionary tale. What happens when scientific ambition merges with militaristic fervour, unrestrained by ethical frameworks? In 1982, for instance, a group of Japanese scholars published limited but damning documents referencing vivisections. Through the 1990s and 2000s, more Chinese survivors or their descendants came forward to share testimonies. Some partial admissions by the aging ex-staff also surfaced, though rarely in full detail. Even so, official government statements remain guarded. The United States has never declassified all of its intelligence on the matter, and much of the ephemeral evidence was destroyed at the end of the war. Some files that do exist are heavily redacted. Meanwhile, Japan has expressed regret for unspecified wartime acts, but seldom details the specific horrors of Unit 731 in official capacities. In a handful of lawsuits, courts recognized the historical authenticity of the claims, but ruled that compensation or direct accountability had to come from diplomatic means, effectively blocking any final legal resolution. Despite these limitations, the story of Unit 731 has gradually infiltrated the consciousness of those who study World War II from all angles. Ethics, science, diplomacy. The 21st century saw an upsurge in interest. Articles, museum exhibits in China, dedicated sections in academic symposia. Some Western textbooks now carry brief mentions of Japanese biological warfare. The image of people used like laboratory animals still shocks, particularly because it was not an isolated phenomenon, but an organized, well-funded project involving hundreds of personnel. Where the Nazi experiments at Auschwitz or Dachau are widely recognized as emblematic of medical evil, the name Unit 731 is only belatedly achieving parallel infamy. In a world still shaped by the echoes of the 20th century's wars, Unit 731 stands as a reminder that atrocities can remain concealed behind the seal of national interest. That governments may decide to keep silent for strategic gain, condemning thousands of victims to anonymity. It also underscores the precarious role of scientific knowledge, that breakthroughs in medicine or biology can be twisted into weapons when ethics are discarded. The story resonates in modern debates about research ethics, informed consent, and the moral obligations of scientists. For these reasons, the memory of Unit 731, once almost effaced, continues to find new relevance. As time passes, direct participants die off, diaries disintegrate, and living witnesses become fewer. The risk is that the horror recedes into abstract footnotes, losing the potency to caution future generations. Yet some refuse to allow that final forgetting. Grassroots movements, historians, and human rights advocates strive to keep the subject alive, calling for official release of documents and formal recognition. They argue that only by confronting the darkest chapters can we ensure they are never repeated. The cruelty of Unit 731, so methodical and coldly scientific, reveals a universal human vulnerability. Under the right conditions, advanced societies can rationalize barbarism, especially in the crucible of war. In the end, the combined narrative of Unit 731's atrocities and the subsequent vanishing of its scientists stands as a grim parable about moral sacrifice at the altar of realpolitik. The war ended, Japan rebuilt, and alliances shifted. In that swirling maelstrom of post-war urgency, men who oversaw lethal experiments on thousands, who refined plague bombs and incinerated the evidence, found themselves quietly protected. They traded data for legal absolution. The new global order demanded secrets about biological warfare more than it demanded justice for the victims. And so the tragedies of Harbin, the thousands tortured in sealed labs, the fields contaminated by plague fleas, sank into partial obscurity. Only decades later would the full scope of the inhumanity begin to surface, pieces in a jigsaw puzzle that no one had ever fully wanted to assemble. At its core, the story of Unit 731 remains a case study in how moral lines blur when states hunger for an edge in total war. It is also a testament to the fragility of historical truth in the face of government agendas. Through the scattered testimonies of survivors, the unsealed intelligence memos, the diaries that survived the bonfires, we piece together a horrifying mosaic, trying to glean lessons that must outlast the ephemeral political interests that once hid them. No matter how many decades pass, the echoes of that compound, where doctors wore white coats stained red, where entire families disappeared behind locked gates, linger. They linger in the nightmares of survivors, in the unanswered pleas for accountability, in the moral quandaries that still haunt biomedical research. And they linger in the broader tapestry of World War II, overshadowed yet never fully erased, a stain that cannot be washed away by ignoring it. The memory persists, asking each new generation to confront uncomfortable questions. How could science become so perverted? Why did the victors hush these atrocities for strategic gain? Is justice something negotiable in times of national interest? In many ways, the fate of Unit 731's legacy is not just the story of a single wartime atrocity. It is about the uneasy intersection between knowledge and morality, between truth and power. If the 20th century taught humankind anything, it is that secrets forged in war seldom remain hidden forever, and the moral cost of burying them can be profound. So, as the 21st century delves deeper into unprecedented scientific frontiers, from genetic engineering to bioweapon deterrence, perhaps the lesson of Unit 731 becomes even more pertinent, that no strategic value can justify the wholesale torture of fellow human beings. And yet, the fact that we only slowly and partially learn this lesson stands as a chilling reminder of how deeply war can distort our fundamental sense of right and wrong. Such is the legacy left by the atrocities of Unit 731 and the vanishing of its scientists into a post-war labyrinth of immunity deals and suppressed documents. The scars of what happened in Harbin remain, physical and psychological, on the land, in the memories of a fading generation, and in the pages of history that still struggle to shed full light on these crimes. Even now, new revelations surface from time to time, forgotten letters, once sealed archival records, or confessions on a deathbed, slowly fleshing out the unspeakable details. Yet the essential truth stands plain and unassailable. A group of men, armed with scalpels and pathogens, tore apart the most sacred ethical boundaries in pursuit of national advantage, and many walked free because other powers found their horrors too useful to condemn. In the final reckoning, Unit 731's story is part cautionary tale, part indictment of how war shreds moral codes, and part condemnation of how easily crimes can be veiled by governments. It stretches from the frozen plains of Manchuria to the hush of intelligence archives in Washington, from the scorched final days of WW2 to the subterranean diplomatic deals of the Cold War. It is a story of how entire countries can conspire, even if unwittingly, to silence the screams of the tortured for pragmatic ends. And it is a story that insists, generation after generation, that we face it, that we see ourselves in it, and that we vow never again to let the drive for progress or victory overshadow the essential humanity that binds us all. Even so, silence often prevails, and official apologies remain incomplete. The records stay redacted, the data gleaned from victims merges into the broader biomedical canon, sanitized of its human cost. Historians keep chipping away at the wall of denial, forging a narrative that at least ensures the victim's suffering is neither wholly forgotten nor wholly unremembered. In this process, the Unit 731 atrocity stands as a final symbol of the many hidden horrors of the Second World War, an ultimate test of how far humans can stray from compassion in the name of science and war. By the same token, it is a stark demonstration that, once war ends, the impetus to unearth monstrous secrets may well yield to strategic concerns, burying the truth alongside those countless nameless dead in the fields around Harbin. There is perhaps little solace in this story. No grand courtroom drama akin to Nuremberg. No final day of reckoning for Ishii and his associates. The significance, then, lies in telling it at all. If the moral of a war crime unpunished can be distilled into a single lesson, it might be that ignorance or selective amnesia breeds repetition. Each time we recall the experiments behind those locked compound walls, we remind ourselves how cunningly cruelty can wrap itself in the language of necessity, how easily atrocities can be traded away for perceived advantage, how every tragedy can vanish into the labyrinth of political convenience. And so the combined saga of Unit 731's atrocities and the post-war deals that shielded its perpetrators stands as a bitter testament to a perennial truth, that the darkest corners of wartime wrongdoing do not always see the cleansing light of justice when global powers have other priorities. The war criminals vanish, the knowledge gleaned from horror is quietly absorbed, and the victims remain voiceless, except in the hearts of those few who bear witness. Even decades later, a faint echo of that nightmare in Harbin resonates, reminding us that among the countless tragedies of the Second World War, there remain stories so horrifying, so overshadowed, that only the slow, unyielding pursuit of historical truth can bring them to light. On a cool, fog-kissed morning in August 1942, the L-8 Blimp drifted gently upward from Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay. Painted in bold letters along its flanks were the insignia of the US Navy, and tethered below that massive envelope was a small gondola that housed the craft's controls and instrumentation. Standing within that gondola were two Navy men, Lieutenant Ernest DeWitt Cody and Ensign Charles Adams. Both were confident, capable officers, well acquainted with the routine of patrolling the California coastline for signs of enemy submarines or other wartime threats. They were not the first crew, nor would they be the last, to take to the skies in a lighter-than-air craft during those tumultuous years. Yet in a matter of hours, their names would become forever linked to one of the strangest and most unsettling aviation mysteries of the era. A mystery that would enter local lore as the Ghost Blimp of San Francisco. The day's assignment was straightforward, an anti-submarine patrol flight over the waters just off the Golden Gate. Despite the breezes and the swirling, ever-present fog banks that clung to the coastline, the L-8 had been prepared without haste or alarm. Ground crew checked the helium levels in the envelope, tested the gondola's instruments and verified communications equipment. All was normal. The L8 had completed similar missions many times before, scanning the water surface for submarines or unidentified vessels. On this morning, the war in the Pacific was still raw and immediate, and every flight was a small yet vital effort to ensure no threat slipped past the watchful eyes of the Navy. At 6:03 a.m, the L8 rose into the air, its engines humming softly, rotating its propellers in a slow, methodical beat. Dock officers on Treasure Island glanced up from their own tasks to watch the familiar silhouette drift higher, the rising sun glinting on the waters below. Fog meandered in patches across the bay, but from the vantage of the gondola, the city's skyline and the arcs of both bridges occasionally emerged in ghostly detail. For Cody and Adams, it must have felt routine. This was part of their duty, to ascend into the open sky and peer down at the waters. They carried with them survival gear, a radio set, flares, and the usual provisions for a short sortie. There was nothing to suggest this flight would differ from the many that had come before. From the start, the L8's flight path took it northward, hugging the coastline as the men scanned the seas. Observers at other naval stations soon picked up occasional radio chatter from the gondola. At 7:38 a.m, Cody reported that they had spotted an oil slick, a potential sign of a submarine lurking beneath the surface, and that they planned to investigate. It was not an unprecedented finding. Oil slicks could be anything from natural seepage to the result of a vessel's routine discharge. Nonetheless, with enemy U-boats known to lurk in the Pacific theatre, no chance could be taken lightly. The final, definitive words from the L8 came around this time, indicating they were descending to take a closer look. Then, abruptly, radio communication ceased. No further transmissions crackled across the wireless from the L8. In the hours that followed, staff at Treasure Island and at other naval facilities grew uneasy. The L8 was not a long-range craft. If encountering difficulties, the pilot or co-pilot should have radioed for help or offered updates on mechanical issues. Weather conditions were not severely adverse that morning, patches of fog to be sure, but not enough to ground a flight. A moderate breeze and some overcast skies, but by no means a lethal storm. So why the silence? Despite attempts to reach the L8 by radio, only static replies echoed back. The Navy began organising a search, notifying nearby vessels and aircraft to keep an eye out for the silver-grey Blimp. Some men recalled that the L8 had the call sign Love 8, a playful code derived from the letter L. They repeated that call sign across frequencies, hoping for a response. They requested that any watchers along the coastline or out at sea remain vigilant for a drifting airship or, in the worst scenario, wreckage in the waves. Yet all that returned was silence. For a time, anxiety grew that perhaps the L8 had encountered a submarine that fired upon it, or that an onboard mechanical failure had forced an emergency landing at sea. Then, late in the morning, a scattering of phone calls came in from civilians along the coastline. Some said they saw a blimp drifting inland, oddly low, with no apparent direction, trailing a cable behind it. Others insisted they saw it near the shore, its engines silent, as though it moved only at the whim of the wind. The calls pinpointed sightings in Daly City, a suburb south of San Francisco, and then moving slightly eastward. The Navy dispatched resources, uncertain whether the crew aboard might be in distress. Yet what they found when they arrived on the scene was more than merely a distressed airship. They discovered an enigma that, 80 years on, has never been conclusively solved. In a suburban street, the L8 sat like a great wounded whale. Its gondola resting on the pavement, the nose of the envelope sagging, deflated in places. Onlookers had gathered, transfixed by the surreal presence of a Navy blimp in their neighbourhood. Firefighters and policemen, uncertain of potential hazards, tried to cordon off the area. Some worried that fuel or helium might ignite, others simply gawked at the spectacle. Meanwhile, a bigger question loomed. Where were the men who had piloted it? Local authorities climbed aboard the gondola, expecting to find Cody and Adams alive, injured, or possibly unconscious. Instead, they discovered the gondola empty. The harnesses and control levers were in place, the radio set was functional, life jackets and parachutes were still stowed, and the door was latched open. There was no sign of a crash landing in the conventional sense. It appeared the L8 had simply come down softly, guided by the wind, as though the pilot's hands and the co-pilot's guidance had vanished in mid-flight. No bloodstains, no bullet holes, no indication of a fierce struggle. Just a silent, abandoned cockpit, the instrument still reading typical flight parameters. The throng of curious neighbours, murmuring in hushed voices, craned their necks to peer inside. Some reported the distinct smell of helium, which had begun to leak from the envelope once it brushed against telephone lines. But aside from that, there was an overwhelming sense of unreality, an emptiness where two humans should have been. News travelled fast. By midday, rumours swirled that the L8 had been found but deserted. The press seized upon the story, dubbing it a ghost blimp. The next wave of questions began almost instantly. How, in a matter of hours, could two able-bodied Navy officers vanish without a trace from their own airship? If one or both had gone overboard to investigate something in the water, the other should have remained at the controls. If they faced an emergency on deck, no emergency calls were made, nor was there any sign of damage forcing them to bail out. The simplest supposition was that they had crashed or fallen into the sea. But the gondola itself, upon closer inspection, bore no sign of violent impact or internal disaster that might have ejected them. The life rafts and parachutes remained stowed. Indeed, if the men had chosen to ditch at sea, one would expect to find gear missing, or at least used. Yet all was in place, precisely as the pre-flight checklists had demanded. The seat belts hung unfastened, gently swaying, as if the occupant had stepped away only a moment before. Faced with the mystifying condition of the craft, the Navy launched a robust investigation. Teams collected witness statements. Some had seen the L8 drifting at low altitude with its door open, cables dragging. A handful even claimed to see figures in the gondola, but these accounts varied, and many recognized that the spectacle could incite confusion. The official naval authorities took the gondola back to Treasure Island for thorough inspection. The next step was to analyze the flight logs, the mechanical systems, the last known transmissions, and any potential saboteur or infiltrator who might have had reason to meddle with the L8. The results of the mechanical inspection returned with puzzling simplicity. The L8 was in perfectly workable condition, its engines functioned, the radio was operable, the envelope was intact prior to the final deflation caused by contact with telephone poles on its unsupervised drift. There was no structural damage from gunfire or from sabotage. If anything, it appeared that the ship had been gently guided by prevailing wind currents after it lost the controlling hands of its pilot and co-pilot. There was no sign of a forced landing or abrupt scuffle. The single door to the gondola was unlatched but not damaged. Indeed, the door being open might have allowed the crew to exit or be swept out, but the circumstances that would prompt such an exit remained ill-defined. One detail gleaned from some bystanders was that at least one life raft or smoke bomb had been dropped from the L8 before it grounded. Though official accounts on this vary, even so, that alone would hardly explain the disappearance of two men. Another detail was that the starboard side of the Blimp's railing seemed slightly bent, as if weight had pressed against it. But was that from normal flight operations, or from some last frantic moment where one or both men toppled out? In the immediate aftermath, search efforts focused on the ocean. Considering that the L8 had last reported an oil slick, the Navy surmised that perhaps Cody and Adams descended to examine it. Could a freak accident have caused them both to tumble into the sea? Maybe if the Blimp lurched suddenly, or if a wave of air displacement overcame them. Patrol boats scoured the approximate area of the reported slick, searching for bodies, debris, life jackets, or any sign of the missing men. Divers and Coast Guard cutters patrolled the coastline for days. Reconnaissance planes circled overhead, but no remains surfaced, no floating objects turned up. In those frantic days, the war overshadowed many tragedies, but this singular event, 2 men vanishing from an otherwise fully functional airship, drew near obsessive curiosity. The press latched onto the story, creating sensational headlines about the ghost blimp or the flight to nowhere. Newspapers speculated about sabotage, suggesting that foreign agents might have infiltrated the L8 to abduct the crew. Some stories painted exotic images of a Japanese submarine surfacing and forcibly taking the men prisoner, though no evidence supported this. Others hinted at personal strife. Could the men have staged a desertion? That theory held little water. Both were considered loyal officers with no known reason to flee, let alone vanish in such a conspicuous manner. Another angle was mechanical failure that overcame them so rapidly they had no chance to signal. But the resulting condition of the L8 hardly suggested a catastrophic mechanical meltdown. It was not as though the gondola had burned or crashed violently. As days turned to weeks, the official lines of inquiry branched out. The Navy's official Board of Inquiry pored over every snippet of data. They interviewed ground crew who last saw Cody and Adams. They traced the last communications from 7:38 a.m. The second official message from the L8 was set to be transmitted at 7:42 a.m., but never arrived, suggesting something abrupt transpired in that narrow window. The oil slick, once a potential lead, revealed little. No known vessels in the region had encountered trouble, and no enemy submarine was definitively sighted. Even if one had lurked, how would that result in both men leaving the gondola behind mid-flight? The families of the missing officers pleaded for answers, but the Navy had few to give. Their final official statement concluded that Cody and Adams were missing, presumed dead, with the cause unknown. Naval intelligence quietly appended the case with disclaimers that sabotage or abduction could not be entirely ruled out, but was highly unlikely. The investigation, in the end, was forced to rely on an incomplete puzzle. The final outcome read like a riddle. 2 men, experienced with lighter-than-air craft, vanish from a blimp that returns intact, unpiloted, to the mainland. Their disappearance leaves no straightforward explanation. Inevitably, the public's imagination soared in directions official channels could never endorse. Some speculated about bizarre accidents. Perhaps the men spotted a submarine and tried to land on the surface to capture or photograph evidence. Maybe they lowered a rope ladder or a rescue hoist, and some freak wave or mechanical snag pulled them out and into the drink. Another rumour posited that one officer fell overboard by accident, and in a desperate rescue attempt the other left the controls, only to share the same fate. But would they not at least drop anchor or attempt a mayday call? Certain locals whispered of more outlandish possibilities. This was the era of war hysteria, but also the dawn of new forms of speculation about unidentified aerial phenomena. Some even joked or insisted that the men were taken by aliens, a fringe notion to be sure, but reflective of the deep perplexity swirling around the event. A few adventurous souls cited sightings of strange lights near the coastline on the morning in question. The Navy, for its part, made no statement acknowledging such claims. In the serious tension of the war, no official channel would entertain extraterrestrial stories. Meanwhile, the L8 was repaired, reinflated, and returned to service under a new designation for training. Crews were forced to face the haunting memory that the gondola once carried 2 men who never came back. The craft's subsequent career was short-lived, but it never again encountered a fiasco so bizarre. Over time, the Ghost Blimp moniker solidified, fueled by the press, by barroom chatter among local fishermen, and by families who remembered that strange day when a perfectly good airship drifted overhead with nobody at the helm. By the close of 1942, overshadowed by the broader storms of global conflict, official energies turned elsewhere. The search for Cody and Adams was scaled back. Warships had more pressing tasks, and the home front was busy manufacturing supplies for the war. The abrupt disappearance receded into a footnote, overshadowed by headlines about the battles across the Pacific, rationing at home, and the daily tragedies of war. And yet, the ghost blimp remained in the minds of many, a silent question mark floating in the annals of US naval aviation. The families received the standard condolences. Without proof of the men's fates, the Navy could not declare them anything but missing. Post-war, historians occasionally revisited the puzzle. Some pointed out that accidents in aviation, particularly with lighter-than-air craft, were not uncommon. Pilots in hot air balloons, zeppelins, and other blimps sometimes faced abrupt lethal misfortunes. A sudden shift of ballast could tilt the gondola, or a structural tear might cause partial vacuum conditions. Even so, the neat condition of the L8 defied many typical accident scenarios. The men simply were gone, as though plucked from the craft. The 1950s and 1960s brought a wave of curiosity from aeronautical enthusiasts, amateur sleuths, and UFO aficionados. They pored over the official Navy documents released after a customary declassification period, searching for any detail that might suggest a cover-up or an extraordinary phenomenon. Some fixated on the notion that the oil slick was a genuine U-boat sign, that the men discovered something top secret or found themselves forcibly removed. If so, why leave the L8 to float free? Why not destroy it? No vantage offered a satisfying conclusion. Conspiracy theories blossomed in the vacuum of fact: abduction by foreign powers, defection, sabotage, orchestrated by saboteurs hidden in the bay. The only universal agreement was that no conclusive proof emerged for any scenario. With the passing decades, the memory of that morning lost the immediacy of wartime intensity, becoming a piece of local folklore. Certain storytellers embroidered details, claiming the gondola's controls had bloodstains, or that an odd smell lingered, or that footprints were found on the envelope. None of these claims were substantiated in official reports. But myth-making is a human habit, and the more improbable the disappearance, the richer the legends that swirl around it. Professional investigators in later years have arrived at a handful of plausible theories, each flawed in its own way. Option 1. A freak accident at sea. According to this scenario, Cody and Adams, after spotting the oil slick, descended to investigate more closely. Perhaps the door was opened for a better vantage or to drop markers. A sudden downdraft or gust might have knocked one man overboard. The other, in a desperate instant, rushed to assist, losing control or falling out himself. In the confusion, neither had time to radio for help or secure themselves. The L8, now pilotless, drifted away, eventually heading inland with the morning breeze. Option 2. A submarine encounter. In a more dramatic retelling, the men might have truly encountered a submarine. Possibly, the craft surfaced, the men approached, and a confrontation ensued. This scenario requires that the submarine forcibly remove them or shot them while leaving the L8 adrift. But practicality suggests if an enemy sub could do that, it might well destroy the entire blimp to avoid detection. Also, no known submarine logs or after-war records indicate such an engagement. Option 3. Mechanical malfunction. Another theory posits that hidden mechanical or gas leaks overcame the men. If helium or other fumes rendered them disoriented, they might have left the gondola or fallen out. But the official post-flight inspection discovered no lethal gas contamination or environment that would incapacitate the crew. The door being open, however, remains the main puzzle piece. If they were struggling with a technical glitch, they might open the door for ventilation. Could they both faint or slip? Option 4, deliberate desertion. A fringe notion states that both men conspired to disappear, perhaps for personal reasons. This is not widely accepted given the lack of motive, the war context, and the plain illogic of deserting by jumping from a blimp into the sea. Also, if desertion was the aim, why do so in such a bizarre manner? Each hypothesis encounters the same stubborn question: why no radio call at the moment of crisis? The L8's radio was functional, powered, and tested. If trouble brewed, the pilot or co-pilot could have pressed the transmit button, even if just to utter a single distressed phrase. The abrupt cessation of radio contact suggests an extremely sudden event, leaving no margin for communication. That abruptness fuels more outlandish theories, from abduction by an unidentified craft to cosmic coincidences. In the realm of wartime mysteries, the simplest explanation is often the correct one. Yet even the simplest explanation here demands improbable coincidences. In time, the ghost blimp found its place among aviation curiosities, frequently listed alongside other ephemeral vanishings, missing flight crews, lost ships at sea, and unexplained maritime phenomena. But few match the surreal spectacle of an airship reappearing essentially intact near a residential street without a soul aboard. The visual image resonates: a great silver balloon, engines silent, drifting over rooftops before gently descending, uncertain and aimless, like a child's balloon unwittingly untethered from a fair. For decades after the war, old-timers in the Bay Area recalled that day. Some as children had gaped as the blimp hovered overhead, half collapsed. Others heard second-hand stories from parents or grandparents. Bar patrons might spin the tale, remarking on how the world was simpler then, how the strangest events left behind the fewest answers. Occasional local news specials revived the story, interviewing retired Navy personnel or the children of eyewitnesses. The official records changed little, locked behind the final statement that no conclusive explanation was found. An echo of the L8 story reverberates through the broader tapestry of World War II mysteries: disappearances at sea, sightings of unidentified submarines, hush-hush operations along the coastline. Yet the L8 stands apart in that the ship itself was found. The vehicle returned unscathed, while the men never did. Typically, vanishings at sea involve entire aircraft or ships never seen again, but here the craft came home empty. The name Ghost Blimp thus resonates with an uncanny aura. A ghost ship gliding across the waves is a trope centuries old, but a ghost blimp floating in the skies above a major American city in the midst of war is a singular event. The War Department, local authorities, and the public had never quite encountered anything like it. Even in modern times, the saga invites speculation. Historians re-examine weather charts for that morning. They note the times of sunrise, the direction of the wind, the presence of a cold front moving in from the Pacific. Could a microburst or sudden localized squall have jolted the gondola? Possibly. Could the men have faced an internal crisis like a medical emergency? If one man collapsed from a heart attack, the other might rush to his aid, leaving the controls, only for a sudden jolt to fling both out. But, again, why no sign of a struggle? No partial transmissions? In the realm of deeper mysteries, some suggest that the men were the victims of a bizarre chain of events. Perhaps the gondola's door latch malfunctioned, or they stepped outside onto the gondola's step to inspect or photograph the oil slick. A rogue wave of wind or a mechanical lurch might have knocked them loose. This scenario would be heartbreakingly mundane, yet plausible enough. The final piece missing is that radio silence. However, A tragic accident can happen so quickly that neither man had time to react. Indeed, if the door was unlatched for observation or dropping a flare, it could be as fleeting as a single slip. And so the story stands, unsolved, a tapestry of possibility. The official Navy stance remains an unfortunate disappearance of 2 men, cause unknown. The quest for answers fades over the years, overshadowed by larger tragedies of war, but it never vanishes entirely. Aviation lore preserves the memory, recounting the day an airship soared away with 2 men aboard and returned with none. As an epilogue, the L8's gondola, after repair and renumbering, served for a time, but eventually was put out of service once helium blimp operations scaled down. For a while it stood as a reminder of the wartime vigilance along America's coasts. In quiet corners of archives, black and white photographs show the L8 sprawled on a Daly City street, enveloped deflated, ground crew and curious civilians milling around. Frozen in time, those images capture the event's strangeness, an advanced piece of wartime hardware, wholly intact but missing its human presence. The viewer can almost imagine the hush that must have fallen over that crowd, the half-whispered questions, the scanning of the horizon for a sign of parachutes, bobbing heads in the sea, or a hail from the men that never arrived. For the families of Lieutenant Ernest DeWitt Cody and Ensign Charles Adams, closure was elusive. Navy death benefits and memorials were offered, but no funeral could be held with remains. They remained lost at sea, the ephemeral nature of their last known actions, reporting an oil slick then silence, laid heavy on relatives who could only guess at the final moments. Some kept hope for years that the men might be found on a deserted shore, survivors of an improbable scenario. Others prayed that if they had gone into the waters, at least it was swift. Over time, grief settled into acceptance. Today, historians and amateur enthusiasts dissect the ghost blimp as one of WW2's most uncanny aviation events. In the pantheon of wartime mysteries, it stands out precisely because it lacks the typical tragedy of a violent crash or sunken wreck. Instead, it leaves us with that spectral image, an empty cockpit gliding inland, instrument panels unerringly functional, seat belts undone, door open. Absent the wartime cloak of tension, one might see it as a weird footnote in aeronautical history, akin to the Mary Celeste or other ghost ships found floating without crew. Yet the overshadowing presence of war does matter. The impetus behind the L8's flight was wartime vigilance. The impetus behind the frantic search was wartime readiness to face potential submarine threats. The impetus behind the endless swirl of rumors, sabotage, enemy infiltration, hush-hush conspiracies, sprang from the climate of fear and secrecy that enveloped the home front. Thus, the ghost blimp of San Francisco stands at the intersection of a global conflict's anxieties and a local enigma of haunting simplicity. If one were to walk Treasure Island today, glimpses of the old naval infrastructure remain. The bay's waters still shimmer in morning light, sometimes cloaked by that same rolling fog. It is not difficult to envision a silver envelope lifting gently into the sky, carrying 2 men who believed they would be back by midday. The museum records hold mention of the L8 flight. A plaque might recall the date, August 16, 1942, but there is no final line stating how it ended, for the men who took that flight never returned to fill in the last details. Decades hence, as the story folds into broader narratives of unsolved wartime mysteries, it prompts reflection on the fragility of human life and the unpredictability of the skies. Even in a straightforward, short sortie, with no storms or obvious hazards, fate can intervene. Perhaps that is the ultimate takeaway from the Ghost Blimp saga, the awareness that in times of war, and indeed in any time, uncertainties loom over every horizon, Two men, upright and courageous, can vanish in an instant, leaving behind only a silent craft drifting among rooftops, carrying no voice, no witness, no explanation. And so, the final chapter is a simple acceptance that we do not know, the official record incomplete, the eyewitness accounts contradictory or partial, the mechanical inspection inconclusive, the sea silent, the war devouring all sense of normality, the families left to mourn without answers, and the city of San Francisco possessed of a peculiar ghost story that is neither about haunted houses nor phantoms and graveyards, but about a fully functional Navy blimp that returned home by itself. In the end, that might be the most chilling aspect of all, the emptiness. That image of a pilot's seat, harness undone, gently swaying in the ocean breeze, a seat that never again was claimed by the men who had only hours before lifted off with calm confidence from Treasure Island. The first time anyone heard it, truly heard it, might have been on a cold European evening sometime in the early 1940s, when the world was already ablaze, and radio static was as common a backdrop as the distant thud of artillery. In a cramped attic or a makeshift communications bunker, a lone operator hunched over a shortwave radio set, turning a weighted dial in search of Allied broadcasts or enemy chatter. Through the static, amidst the urgent rush of Morse code and the occasional fragment of an overt propaganda transmission, a strange new sound emerged, a measured tone repeating at precise intervals, a lull, then another tone, and then, impossibly, a voice, mechanical, flattened of all emotion. It spoke in a monotone sequence, listing off numbers in a detached manner, each digit carved out as though by a machine. No context, no introduction, just raw, unembellished data that floated through the static like a whisper from another realm. At first, it would be natural for anyone listening to question their own senses. Was this a glitch, an interference pattern, or perhaps the leftover echoes of a more mundane broadcast bouncing off layers of the ionosphere? But as the war wore on, more reports trickled in. British radio enthusiasts, German signals intelligence officers, Soviet radio operators, and French resistance members all catching these ghostly transmissions at odd hours, never announced, never explained. Sometimes the language was different, Spanish or German, Slavic tongues, or even English. Other times it was merely tonal beeps, repeated with uncanny precision. The phenomenon transcended front lines. It was as though an invisible presence hovered across Europe's airwaves, unbound by political allegiances. Shortwave radio sets in the 1940s were far from perfect. They were clunky, prone to drifting frequencies, beset by static from thunderstorms or sunspot activity, and demanded constant adjustment. Yet for all their idiosyncrasies, these sets were lifelines. Soldiers at forward positions used the hem to coordinate maneuvers, undercover operatives relied on them to communicate with distant handlers, and clandestine governments in exile broadcast messages of hope from hidden transmitters. In that sense, the radio waves over Europe during the war were a chaotic tapestry. Official bulletins, coded messages, propaganda speeches, music from a homeland that might have already been occupied. But amid the clamour, these new signals, coined number stations in whispered references, stood out precisely because they were so stark, so devoid of conventional content. Listeners from the Allies or Axis powers who encountered these transmissions might only hear a staccato beep, 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 followed by a series of numbers 2, 7, 9, 5, 1, repeated in cycles or broken by some ephemeral pattern. The question inevitably arose who was sending them, and on the opposite end, who was meant to receive. In a time when ciphers and codes were the stuff of everyday intelligence work, the existence of such bare transmissions was both jarringly conspicuous and maddeningly obscure. They delivered no obvious text, no preamble about "this is London calling," no stirring anthems or rallying calls. Just numbers, or sometimes letters, or words from nursery rhymes repeated in a calm, unearthly tone. They were at once minimalistic and deeply unnerving. One theory that circulated on both sides of the conflict posited that these transmissions were the coded heartbeat of espionage networks scattered across Europe. Secret agents embedded in occupied territories might have possessed shortwave receivers, small enough to be hidden in a full straw or behind a loose brick. At predetermined times, they would tune in, writing down the sequences of digits. Later, through a one-time pad or a meticulously hidden codebook, those digits would be translated into orders: sabotage a certain railway, gather intelligence on troop movements, or confirm a successful infiltration. This was war after all, a conflict where infiltration, sabotage, and covert operations could tip the balance in a key offensive. The notion that a single string of numbers broadcast in an unadorned monotone could, in effect, decide the fate of a mission behind enemy lines was both chilling and enthralling. For the operators themselves, whether Allied or Axis signals intelligence specialists, the puzzle of these transmissions became a secret fixation. Entire squads were devoted to direction finding these mysterious stations. Trucks equipped with loop antennas roamed the countryside, trying to pinpoint the approximate location of the transmitter. But even if they tracked them down to a region, the stations often seemed mobile or ephemeral. They'd go off the air just as the hunters closed in. Then, hours or days later, the same signal, or something very similar, popped up on a different frequency from a place hundreds of kilometers away. It was as if they floated on the air, impossible to grasp, leaving only more questions. As the war concluded and the 1940s gave way to the uncertain aftermath, one might have expected the phenomenon to fade. Europe was exhausted, battered, cities reduced to rubble. The Axis powers were defeated, and the Allies shifted gears from wartime mobilization to reconstruction. Yet these transmissions, these number stations, did not cease. In fact, they proliferated. New voices, new intervals, new languages, and fresh bursts of crackling static carrying clandestine instructions or messages. The ascendancy of the Cold War only heightened their presence. Now it wasn't just about leftover espionage networks. It was about the superpowers, the East and the West locked in a new, more insidious confrontation that thrived on secrecy. Suddenly, radio amateurs and hobbyists worldwide began tuning into these signals. The nascent shortwave enthusiast community compiled logs, scrawling notes in battered journals, heard at 1452 UTC on 8.030 MHz, a female voice repeating 1706 for 10 minutes. Some signals earned nicknames: the gong station, if it featured a repeated bell-like chime; the chatterbox, if it carried a torrent of mechanical gibberish. But these were personal labels, born of private fascination. Officially, governments never acknowledged these transmissions. If cornered by a journalist or a ham radio operator about the phenomenon, intelligence agencies might shrug or profess ignorance. Yet no denial could stop the signals themselves. They crackled on, day and night, as though an unstoppable tide of coded secrets. Within this clandestine theatre, certain stations became infamous, especially as the Cold War took centre stage. Perhaps the most iconic was dubbed the Lincolnshire Poacher, recognised by its distinctive interval signal. A few bars from an English folk tune, the Lincolnshire Poacher, played in a jaunty, slightly off-kilter manner. After the tune concluded, the station's robotic female voice would rattle off sequences of 5-digit groups. This broadcast was so consistent, so resolute, that enthusiasts knew exactly when and where to tune in each day. Many believed it was run by British intelligence, possibly from a facility in Cyprus, though official confirmations never materialised. Still, the Lincolnshire poacher carried on for decades unwavering, as if existing outside normal time. Parallel mysteries unfolded behind the Iron Curtain. In the Soviet sphere, one station in particular grew infamous for its unyielding monotony, UVB 76, colloquially called the Buzzer. This station, perched somewhere near St. Petersburg, broadcast a near constant buzzing tone, punctuated by rare voice transmissions reading seemingly random names or numbers. The buzzer's purpose and the meaning behind its sporadic voice transmissions sparked countless debates. Some insisted it was a dead man's switch, set to alert strategic forces if the broadcast ceased. Others believed it was merely part of the Soviets' vast communication infrastructure. Meanwhile, the transmitter's unstoppable hum became a staple for shortwave listeners worldwide, a ghostly presence that never quite explained itself. As decades slipped by, the Cold War entrenched these stations. Soviet intelligence presumably used them to contact spies scattered across Europe or even deeper into NATO territories. Western powers had their own counterparts, each side locked in a silent conversation of ciphers and coded instructions. The general public, for the most part, remained unaware or uninterested. Why fuss over a faint signal of beeps or monotone voices when the daily headlines spoke of nuclear brinkmanship, Berlin blockades, and missile crises? But for those who did pay attention, radio amateurs, intelligence watchers, cryptography fans, number stations became an obsession, a symbol of how the Cold War was not merely about ballistic missiles or tank divisions, but also about intangible signals drifting through the ether, carrying secrets that could never be decrypted by an uninitiated ear. Yet, the enigma grew deeper once the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. One might assume that with the end of that empire, certain transmissions, especially those run by defunct agencies, would vanish. However, the opposite often happened. Some stations indeed went silent, but others endured, seemingly unperturbed by the fall of their sponsoring regimes. The Buzzer, for instance, continued to broadcast, albeit with occasional relocations or changes in call signs. The Lincolnshire poacher survived deep into the early 2000s, though eventually it too faded. This raised new questions. If these stations were specific intelligence tools, why continue them after the political entity that created them no longer existed? Or if the station still served a state's interest, which institution was paying for it, manning it, and ensuring its cryptic messages found their recipients? In the realm of shortwave listening, communities bloomed online, where once a hobbyist jotted notes alone, now they gathered on early internet forums to compare logs and speculate about transmissions. They formed HF underground circles, exchanging recordings of number stations, analysing their spectral footprints, identifying repeated patterns. Some recorded the intervals, noticing subtle changes in pitch or voice. Others mapped out the times, hoping to deduce schedules that might match shift changes or operational needs of intelligence services. It was a grand puzzle with no official solution. Governments still did not claim these broadcasts, at least not in public. Yet, no attempt was made to ban them either. Indeed, it was legal to broadcast on shortwave frequencies so long as certain rules were followed, though these stations typically existed in a grey area, rarely identified with a call sign or official licensing. Speculation grew rampant. One corner of the community championed the idea that these stations were a relic of World War II and the subsequent Cold War, a leftover network of automated broadcasts meant to keep agents in the field connected, even if the chain of command had disintegrated. Another faction believed these signals might be part of strategic, possibly nuclear, failed deadly systems. If a station's continuous tone ever stopped for too long, it might trigger an automated alert or launch. This chilling scenario gained currency because the notion of unstoppable, machine-like transmissions match the known existence of doomsday protocols. Then again, skeptics asked, would an actual doomsday system be so easily observable by civilians? A third theory veered into more clandestine territory. Some shortwave watchers insisted that large segments of these transmissions were not for espionage at all, but rather for unlicensed or grey commercial uses, contraband shipping, drug cartels, or paramilitary groups that needed to coordinate outside official channels. They pointed to Spanish language or seemingly nondescript stations that might be serving smuggling operations in the Caribbean or off the coasts of Africa. Indeed, the ephemeral nature of shortwave was alluring for criminal enterprises. No record, no easy way to trace a source, ephemeral signals bouncing around the globe. Yet, the sophistication of certain number stations, complete with timed intervals and complex ciphers, seemed to surpass typical criminal logistics. They felt more like the imprint of a state's intelligence apparatus. Nor did the phenomenon limit itself to Europe or the post-Soviet sphere. Listeners in the Americas identified stations with English or Spanish language content, presumably tied to Western agencies or to espionage in Latin America. In Asia, Japanese and Chinese number stations, though less publicized, still raised eyebrows among those who scanned the shortwave bands in the dead of night. The global nature of shortwave radio guaranteed that no corner of the planet remained fully sealed off from these transmissions. In effect, the entire world became an unwitting audience to a coded conversation among unknown senders and unknown receivers. For historians, the existence of these broadcasts bridged a continuum from WW2's early experiments in clandestine signalling all the way to modern times. War, after all, was the crucible in which large-scale code systems and espionage networks were tested. The global conflict demanded an unprecedented level of coordination among allies and infiltration among enemies. Under the urgent pressure of survival, militaries and intelligence agencies adopted or refined shortwave-based coded messaging. And once the war ended, that infrastructure, both physical and conceptual, did not vanish. Instead, it evolved, shaped by the shifting allegiances and complexities of the Cold War. Over time, it became so deeply entrenched that even the fall of empires could not entirely uproot it. Curiously, the illusions cast by these stations sometimes overshadowed the actual nature of the transmissions. Take the Lincolnshire poacher, for instance. Many experts concluded it was almost certainly run by Britain's Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, or a related entity. The repeated bars of the folk tune were a bizarrely cheerful signature for an operation that might be directing espionage behind closed borders. Yet the station's longevity, continuing right up until the mid-2000s, spoke to a steadfast requirement for old-school shortwave transmissions, even in an age of satellites and internet. This illustrated a critical point about espionage. Modern technology is not always more secure. Shortwave transmissions, especially with one-time pad encryption, are nearly impossible to crack if done correctly. The ephemeral nature of radio waves, combined with an unbreakable cipher, yields near-perfect deniability and security. Similarly, the buzzer, also known by various call signs like UVB76, maintained its cryptic, persistent tone. On rare occasions, something would break the monotony. A voice reading names, numbers, or partial phrases in Russian. Investigators who ventured near the station's alleged transmitter site in rural Russia reported deserted buildings, half-abandoned military posts, or imposing fences. Over time, the buzzer occasionally changed frequencies or updated certain elements, suggesting an active caretaker. But official Russian channels remained silent on the matter, leaving only speculation. Was it truly a communications hub for the military, a channel for orders, or a relic running on autopilot? By the turn of the millennium, the internet had given voice to thousands of amateurs who shared recordings, meticulously transcribed each broadcast and attempted amateur code breaking. While a few partial breakthroughs emerged, some stations used known or guessable ciphers, none of the major networks truly gave up their secrets. The robust encryption inherent in one-time pads guaranteed that even if an entire broadcast was recorded for posterity, it might remain indecipherable unless one possessed the matching pad. Thus, the puzzle endured. Watchers heard the transmissions, recognized patterns, but gleaned only a cryptic emptiness from them. They were like messages in bottles tossed upon an ocean, but the key to the language lay locked in some faraway vault. One might ask why these stations invoke such fascination. Part of it lies in their auditory allure. Shortwave static is already a lonely sound, conjuring images of drifting signals from distant lands. Layered atop that static, the mechanical recitation of numbers or the repeated melodic chimes evoke a sense of surreal mystery. Another part is the realization that these signals, so easily dismissed as nonsense, represent real, living ciphers that shape clandestine activities worldwide. They stand as a testament to a hidden dimension of global affairs where states and spies communicate beyond official channels, in plain sight, yet invisible in meaning. Over the years, journalists occasionally tried to lift the curtain. Certain exposés claimed that Western intelligence, particularly the CIA or Britain's MI6, systematically used these broadcasts to direct agents in foreign theatres. Others turned attention to Eastern Bloc transmissions, tying them to the KGB, the Stasi, or other agencies. A handful of defectors from intelligence services hinted that yes, number stations were exactly that, official tools for messaging, but governments never offered confirmation. In the game of espionage, deniability is paramount. Admitting ownership of a number station negates the advantage it confers, an advantage built on the premise that no one can prove who's sending or why. Indeed, the ephemeral nature of shortwave transmissions suits espionage ideally. A single transmitter can broadcast across entire continents. Receivers are small and untraceable. The code itself, if compiled with a one-time pad, is unbreakable by any known method. There's no phone line to tap, no satellite link to intercept. Once the broadcast ends, no data remains. The entire conversation dissolves into the ether, leaving behind only curious hobbyists' logs or ephemeral recordings. And so, the practice continued well into the digital age. That it persists in certain corners, even now, is a testament to how thoroughly effective it is. But the strangest phenomenon is perhaps the stations that continue to this day, long after the states that might have birthed them are gone. The dissolution of countries, such as the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, or the fracturing of the Soviet Union, did not uniformly erase their shortwave presence. Some signals abruptly went quiet, but others simply changed frequencies or call signs, or carried on identically as though no political shift had occurred. This gave rise to the notion of phantom transmissions, broadcasts so divorced from their original context that no living official might recall how or why they started. Are they run by skeleton crews who never got the memo to stop? Are they automated bunkers of code that no one remembered to shut down? A few well-documented cases highlight this. In the 1990s, after the Berlin Wall fell, certain German-language number stations continued. Eager radio watchers labelled them with obscure names, tried to tie them to the Stasi apparatus, but no official commentary surfaced. They simply broadcast, sometimes irregularly, sometimes on the dot, until one day they ceased. The abrupt end sparked new speculation. Was it the final tie to a long-defunct intelligence network? Or had someone somewhere realized they were paying for a transmitter that no longer served a purpose? Without official records, the truth remains hidden. Then there are stations that appear to pop up spontaneously with no preceding history or stated reason. The shortwave dial is vast, and discovering a new station often happens by accident. A bored hobbyist turns a dial and hears a faint beep or an oddly intoned voice. Over weeks, that station might reveal a pattern, a repeated introduction, a certain time slot. Then, just as quickly, it might vanish. Others become staples of the scene, broadcasting daily for years, forging legends about their origins. The intangible, fluid nature of shortwave suits these ephemeral presences, giving them an air of folklore, bridging the gap between modern espionage and an older, spookier tradition of ghost stories told around a radio's crackle. In the popular imagination, some have woven entire conspiracies around number stations. They see them as communication lines to something beyond normal government activity, perhaps signals to sleeper cells waiting for activation, or instructions for black ops operations across the globe. Others, more fancifully, link them to UFO conspiracies or paranormal phenomena, claiming the transmissions are not from states, but from others testing human frequencies. While these more extreme theories rarely hold water under scrutiny, they underscore the bewitching mystique that arises when official channels remain silent in the face of such obvious yet unexplained broadcasts. From a historical vantage, tracing the lineage of number stations from their WW2 era beginnings to the present day reveals more than just an intelligence footnote. It reflects how conflicts reshape the communicative landscape, how militaries and espionage agencies harness technology in ways that outlive the wars themselves. WW2 spurred an unprecedented expansion of radio intelligence, code breaking, and signals interception. That knowledge bled seamlessly into the Cold War, fueling a cat-and-mouse game of cryptography. And even after the Cold War's illusions crumbled, the momentum behind these shadowy channels did not wholly subside. In an age where digital encryption reigns supreme, where spy satellites, quantum computing, and unstoppable data infiltration are everyday concerns, shortwave might seem antiquated. Yet it retains an advantage that advanced methods sometimes lack: simplicity, anonymity, and near immunity to large-scale surveillance. An agent in a hostile territory doesn't need a secure internet line or a specialized satellite phone. They only need a portable shortwave receiver and the knowledge of when to listen, plus the one-time pad that ensures no one else can decipher the string of digits. No IP addresses, no logs, no direct link to an intelligence agency that could be traced. It's elegant in its minimalism. Even as we move deeper into the 21st century, vestiges of these transmissions remain. Some are well documented, like the continued presence of certain Russian-coded broadcasts or the Cuban HM01 station, which merges digital-sounding data bursts with Spanish numbers. Others are ephemeral, cropping up for months or years, then vanishing into the swirl of background static. For historians and enthusiasts alike, each station is a living ghost story. It's the spectral voice of war and politics, whispering across decades, bridging the living present with a shadowy past. One might imagine a final scenario that encapsulates the entire phenomenon: a small, weathered building in the outskirts of an old Soviet military complex, where dusty equipment hums automatically. A spool of tape or a basic computer system cycles through a set of coded messages day after day, unmonitored by human eyes. The staff who once maintained it retired or passed on. The hierarchy that financed it no longer exists, yet the station persists out of sheer inertia. Every day at a fixed hour, the system engages, broadcasting sequences of numbers or beeps. An agent who might have once listened is either gone or no longer authorized. The signal leaps into the ether, traveling the curvature of the Earth, possibly heard by a random hobbyist in a distant country. That hobbyist notes the transmissions, logs them, but can glean no meaning from them. And so the cycle continues, phantom transmissions from an empire that left the stage decades ago. Such a scenario might seem whimsical, but it underscores the interplay of history, technology, and human systems. In a sense, number stations are living fossils, evidence that the world's grandest conflicts and darkest shadows can leave behind audible echoes. They are at once relics of WW2's earliest coded radio messages and the immediate forerunners of the hush-hush spy networks that shaped the Cold War. Over time, they took on a life of their own, unmoored from the specific context that spawned them, yet eternally broadcasting. It's also worth noting that some official revelations do confirm a portion of the phenomenon. In rare cases, government documents declassified decades later mention outstation transmissions or encrypted shortwave dispatches, acknowledging that yes, certain departments operated these signals. But these admissions usually remain partial, lacking detail on the exact content or significance. The code systems remain a mystery, because no state wants to reveal the intricacies of how it communicated with agents, especially if the method still has utility. As such, even in the face of partial confessions, the stations remain as cryptic as ever. Thus, the story circles back to where it began. World War II Europe, with the lonely hum of shortwave sets in hidden basements, an agent listening intently for that robotic voice or those repeated beeps that could mean life or death for an operation. Over the decades, that same hum carried forward, crossing the boundary between open war and clandestine standoffs, persisting into an era supposedly past espionage's golden age. In truth, espionage never ended. It merely changed shape, and the numbers stations stand as prime evidence. They are the midnight watchers, the unspeaking oracles of the airwaves droning on, unconcerned with the day's politics or ephemeral alliances. From a broader perspective, the phenomenon also highlights the intangible power of sound and broadcast. In WW2, radio is a tool of mass mobilization and propaganda. Think of the BBC's broadcasts to occupied Europe, or Goebbels' orchestrated transmissions in Germany. But it was equally a tool for intimate, hidden messaging. That double identity, a mass medium and a secret channel, persists. Even as official shortwave usage for public broadcasting declines in the modern world, the hush-hush side remains, a skeleton of clandestine signals that slip between recognized frequencies. One can argue that the very nature of radio technology, omnidirectional, ephemeral, untraceable, means that so long as shortwave transmitters and receivers exist, number stations can never truly die. Ultimately, the number stations and phantom transmissions are more than historical curiosities. They serve as a living testament to the unending dance of intelligence, secrecy, and technological improvisation that has shaped global affairs since at least WW2. They remind us that behind every war, every peace treaty, every diplomatic summit, a hidden layer of coded interactions pulses away, unaffected by press releases or official statements. They evoke a sense of wonder that in an era of big data and cyberspace, an old analog method can endure so effectively, shielded by the very anonymity that supercomputers might find impossible to crack. To listen to one of these stations even today is to step briefly into a different mental space. The static washes over your headphones, drifting in slow waves. Then a beep or interval signal cuts through, crisp and oddly confident. A voice speaks, perhaps in a dull monotone or artificially generated timbre, reciting strings of numbers. You might note them down, but they remain opaque, meaningless in your notebook. The station finishes, signing off with a final tone. The frequency goes quiet. You are left with that intangible sense of having brushed against the edge of a secret no less intriguing for its indecipherability. For every person who stumbles across these signals, there is a moment of realization. The knowledge that entire worlds of clandestine communication exist beneath the surface of day-to-day life, forging connections that remain invisible to the untrained ear. Perhaps in the next war or crisis, these stations would escalate in significance again, carrying critical instructions from covert HQs to field operatives. Or maybe they are merely relics, echoing down the decades, their messages unreceived. One cannot say for sure. The ephemeral nature of shortwave ensures that verification is nearly impossible. So the story continues, an endless coda to the days of WW2. In that war's darkness, the seeds of cryptic radio transmissions were planted. Over the next half-century, they grew into an entire orchard of hidden signals. They do not call attention to themselves with fanfare, but they do not hide either. They simply exist, broadcasting day after day, year after year, decade after decade. Whether they are unstoppable intelligence channels, automated relics, or something else entirely, their presence speaks to the fundamental truth that in times of conflict and beyond, certain messages are meant for only a few ears. All others who listen merely catch the haunting crackle and the robotic recitations, symbols of a dimension where war, politics, and secrecy converge into a single, unending broadcast. Should one day the world's last shortwave transmitter shut down, the ghostly memory of these stations would likely linger in recordings, in the myths and legends recounted by radio enthusiasts. People would recall how, once upon a time, you could tune a dial and slip into a twilight realm of numbers, codes, and repeated tunes like the Lincolnshire Poacher. The hush of static still resonates with that sense of infinite possibility, that maybe, if you scan the bands late enough, you might hear that distinctive beep or voice once more, continuing an invisible conversation that began under the bombs and blackouts of WW2, continuing unbroken through the rise and fall of empires. In the end, the numbers stations and phantom transmissions endure as more than historical footnotes. They are a testament to humanity's capacity for secrecy, for conjuring elaborate methods of communication known only to initiates. They reflect how we harness technology, shortwave frequencies in this case, both to unify entire continents under a single broadcast and to segment intelligence into unbreakable cryptic codes. They highlight the tension between what is public and official and what is hidden behind the mask of static. For as long as the world fosters rivalries, for as long as hidden messages need to slip through the cracks of public channels, these spectral transmissions will remain, crackling through the ether, a faint hum that connects the 1940s to the present, reminding us that the undercurrents of conflict and secrecy never truly go silent. They merely shift frequencies, waiting for the next set of ears, perhaps a curious ham radio operator in the dead of night, to stumble upon them and wonder anew.